Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's stream. Today, Ivan is still unwell, so we have called someone else to fill in Ivan's shoes, and that's Saza. Saza, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi. I've been doing Android for the last 10 years, and funnily enough, I also worked with Ivan for a number of years. I'm gonna try not to do the jokes because I'm not that good at them, and also not gonna even try um, to do that while Android because fun thing is that I've been doing Android for 10 years, and then the last year I became a CTO of a company, so I've been doing mostly backend. So this would be a good opportunity for me to catch up and also to embarrass myself live because there are no conferences, so this is my only opportunity to do it now. Yeah, so is this enough? Should I?
Yeah, I think so. I just want to say the reason why I know Saza is because he worked with Ivan and he's a friend of Ivan and of myself. Um, the one thing I hope you will do, Saza, is that you will at least channel your inner Ivan and complain about stuff.
Oh yeah, don't worry about this. Yeah, I got that.
Just
Also, yeah, maybe we should know that I'm actually not an Italian, although I do speak Italian.
you're Italian enough. That's good.
I
By
get
the
mad
way,
about that pizza, yes, so I'm Italian enough, I would say.
you also live in Italy, so that's good. But yeah, there's no rule on the guests that we have. It's just that
Okay.
technically today you're a host, so we have some stricter rules for hosts that we are just as ready to break as the ones with the guests. But uh,
I can use these.
yeah, that's enough. That's enough. Hey, pineapple on my pizza. Um, so, just to briefly recap what we did on the last stream, on Wednesday we had Lamberto, colleague of mine, as a guest, and he helped us set up static analysis in the project, so detect and Katie lint and Android lint. This way, when I write shitty code, the machine will tell me. Uh, and we also set up the continuous integration on our GitHub repository, which I would like to remind you is also public. So you can look at the code that we create. Just need to go on my GitHub account. And we set up the static analysis to run on the CI every time we push code and every time there's a pull request open against the repository. Right now, there's no pull request because honestly, it's just me and Ivan and the guests and our deputy hosts, such as Sasa, that contribute code. So there's not much in terms of reviewing that can be done. But in general, we would tend to work in a way that we have pull requests and the rest of the team check that you haven't written bullshit, which happens to all of us, to some more frequently than others, and I tend to be in the latter category. I tend to write a lot of silly things. But that's why I have static analysis, and I generally also have reviews. But if you are alone and you don't get others to review your code, it's always good to have at least a machine do some basic checks over what you wrote and ask you, are you sure that that's what you meant to do? So
Yeah,
that
so
was
can I just add,
sure.
sorry, so for me, like adding the text and adding the CI is usually like the second step. So the first step is usually like open a repo, then the second is just put some scaffolding in there so you have something that can compile it, you can run somewhat, and then the third is the text and CI, and especially now that I switched to backend, mostly, so with TypeScript and Node.js and all that stuff, it's very helpful to have something that can run automatically and just tell you, oh, well, here you forgot this and here you shouldn't use this because of X, Y, Z, right? So I think for beginners, it's especially useful, and also for seniors, it's useful because you get tired, you forget things, you just kind of want to do something quickly, and those can come and bite you in the ass very quickly.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I also tend to set up static analysis and CI on everything that I do, and very early on. In this case, we did it a bit later because we just wanted to show something on the screen first. You know, Ivan was too excited about the fact that he could create a recycler view in in 5 lines of code, and it was hard to contain his excitement. So we prioritize that. But yeah, generally, for my personal peace of mind, I prefer to have static analysis and everything else set up as quickly as possible. There was something else that I wanted to say, but I obviously completely forgot. So let's just go to the agenda for today. Let's put it this way. It feels like a meeting now. Fuck me. No.
Yeah.
So what are we going to do?
Did you prepare your PowerPoint?
No. Also, I'm using my Mac as a secondary screen, so I cannot even run Keynote and quickly create a presentation for shareholders.
Yeah, just the executive summary, just half page, and that's it.
Yeah, the executive summary is there's a new version of Compose out. We have been using 1.0.0 beta 5, and there's a 1.0.0 beta 6 that we can use. So we will first of all upgrade the version of Compose, make sure we haven't broken everything. I don't really expect things to break because we don't have that much UI in the first place, but also because honestly, there is not like they're not doing changes to the APIs anymore as much as they used to, because I mean in beta you are supposed to keep things stable enough, at least in terms of API surface. Hey Mark, welcome. So without further ado, let's try to do some code. First of all, let's see.
Do some code, do you mean change the version of?
I mean, it is technically code because it's Kotlin.
Okay.
That's how it works, right? So I just wanted to check whether the latest version was actually. Wait, what? Nope. What did I click? I don't know what I clicked. Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to check that the latest version was indeed 1.0.0 beta 6. If only this said it. Okay, well, I think we're gonna YOLO the shit out of it. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that's how it usually works in Android. You see the new version, you say, what's the worst that can happen?
Yeah.
And then the worst that can happen, you have to clean your cache, and yeah.
It looks like Android Studio is not really in the mood to cooperate much. So off to a great start. Off to a great start. Let me. I suspect it might be a memory issue. Well, it has 8 gigs. It should be enough. It should be more than enough. Okay, let me.
Maybe you should just
close and reopen, and there it goes. Go figure. Wait, what?
I think that explains why he was indexing your whole drive, because he just forgot where the project was.
Yeah, okay. Okay, sure.
But did you also update the Android Studio lately, or?
Last week, I think.
Okay.
It should be up to date with the latest version, but that is. Why the fuck is it picking up my whole hard drive? What? Okay. So.
Well, this started off interestingly.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing. Let's get that shit fixed. So clearly,
yeah.
The issue is that for whatever reason, it Android Studio decided that it really liked the whole hard drive to be my project. So let me see if there's anything that I can do. I think I can just delete these ones. Yep.
Yeah. What do you mean it's not okay? You know, I don't know how often do you have those days, like sometimes when you just start and nothing works, and you just try fixing it and you cannot for the whole day, and then tomorrow you open it, just works, and you say, what the fuck just happened? Like, where did I lose this time and why?
Nope.
Like,
Still.
but maybe you have to open the workspace IML file and edit that one.
Yeah, I think I will actually.
Or then you can just delete the whole, all the IDEA files and just input from Gradle again.
Yeah, I'll probably do that. I was checking if there's anything else left around. I don't think so. I can reopen Android Studio. Oh, god damn it. Okay, so let me remove this. Let me try and open that again. Does it work?
Well, he did open the Android, so he did change something, right?
Okay, it might work now.
Okay.
It might work now. We'll probably have to revert some things because obviously I have deleted stuff that I did not mean to delete. So this definitely I need to revert. And this and this and this. I don't think I need to revert that. Modules definitely needs to be. Why was this even committed in the first place?
Well, I don't know.
What the
We
fuck?
had this git ignore, which is...
Yeah, I think we started with a wonky git ignore. Wait, no, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to revert these ones. 1, 2, and 3. Roll back. What the fuck is this? Yeah, sure. You can stay gone. And all of you can stay gone. So...
Yeah, I think Mark is right. He says that, you know, ASBO, like, it's Sunday, don't make me work. And, you know...
Yeah, that's likely. That sounds like something that I would do if I were Android Studio. But okay, I've closed it and reopened it. Let's see if it still works. Nope. What the fuck is going on? Okay.
So you remember at the beginning when I said, like, you know, I have user experience, and you also like, oh, you also have user experience, like, yeah,
Yep.
does not worth shit.
Doesn't matter. Android Studio will still fuck up. Nope, still broken.
But why? Like, it worked the first time you opened it, right? It's only when he saved the files, it just...
So I've deleted the IML file, so we'll just out of curiosity, I will delete the modules. I want to double check if there's anything weird here. Oh, this is weird.
There is something weird in there.
Like this path isn't valid anymore, so that's definitely something going on.
Yeah, but also, what does it have? Like the /:/.
I don't know.
But what's in the workspace?
Fine.
Maybe.
Well, I will just nuke the workspace file anyway, but it doesn't look like there's anything weird here. But I will nuke it anyway. Bye. Jar repositories. Sure. JBoss what? What?
Maybe those are just the default ones that you had somewhere. I don't know.
I never noticed that this would write JBoss community. Why would you need the JBoss community repository for Android Studio?
Because they just took it from IDEA and...
But I don't think that's a thing in IntelliJ either by default, or is it? No, maybe it is. Anyway, Let's rerun Android Studio for the 4th time. Let's see if 4th time is the charm. If it even starts. At your leisure, Android Studio. At your leisure. I love how Android Studio can make a brand new top-of-the-line computer feel like a netbook from 2005. Okay.
Well, if you want to switch to Eclipse.
No, that would be
Okay.
even worse.
Well, somebody was talking about it on Twitter a few days ago, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, probably not.
They were like, oh wait, it doesn't know where the Android SDK is? SDK location, no, that's correct. Okay, I don't know why that was, wait, wrong one. I don't know why that was complaining, but I will just use correcto, yeah, whatever, that's fine. Yeah, I was reading, like I read that article and I was like, oh yeah, because Eclipse uses so little memory and I have this small project in IntelliJ and it takes 2 gigs of RAM. And I was looking, I had in IntelliJ, I had the whole IntelliJ project monorepo in memory, which is like 13 gigs of my hard drive, and it took like 2.5 gigs of RAM. And I was like, you must have some problem. That's not normal. So
Yeah,
well,
also
your computer, not you as a person, obviously, but
yeah, but also I have Firefox that takes like 10 gigs, and I have Chrome that takes 10 gigs. So I can give a few gigs to Android Studio or IntelliJ. Like,
and that's why we put buckets of RAM on our computers.
Exactly.
Okay, so we need. Wait a minute. What do you mean no module? What do you mean no
You need to reload now that you changed the config. Just reload the Gradle. Sync, or what's it called now? The elephant tab, yes.
I'm crossing all my appendixes. I don't want the Android view, I hate it.
Everybody hates it. I don't know why they hate it.
Well, the people that made it apparently don't hate it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it, I guess.
For me, it's confusing, especially when you have multiple modules. You have all those files, one on top of each other. It's like, yeah, which one is which? I have no idea. There's no hierarchy in there.
Thank you, Kaspersky. Okay, good.
So, after 15 minutes, we're gonna make it build. Yes.
Yeah.
Victory.
I mean, it hasn't built yet, so don't jinx it. So even,
yeah, I probably should not go.
Even just joined us. You just missed the Android Studio does not work at all shenanigans. I don't know why, but it was fun. Not. So.
Yeah, maybe it is missing even. I know.
Okay. Good.
Okay, so it works, yes.
Builds. And it's time to break it again.
Yes.
First of all, let me commit changes to whatever we did. I don't know. I don't want to know. I don't care. Revert, commit, fine. Now it is time to properly break shit. So build.gradle.kts. I think this is where stuff is. Compose version is here. This should be enough. But it could also be enough to break everything. So who knows?
Nah, everything's gonna work.
So Beta 6 does exist. So there's that. What is this icon? Live literals. Okay, but why does it have a... Stop it. Show problems. That was very helpful. Ugh. Okay, whatever. I don't care anymore. Okay. It might have actually worked. Let's try and run it again. Let's see.
Also a question, what's with the link? Did you update to the latest version with the incremental testing and everything?
Lint.
Yeah.
I'm just using whatever latest version there is, I guess.
Okay. Because I think they were talking about like their support for incremental linting now and blah blah blah. Which
But I
sounds
think
like a
that
nice thing.
comes with the Android Gradle plugin, right? There's nothing to set up specifically. I think. I mean, Lint generally comes with the Android Gradle plugin. Someone correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But given we
I know
have to use the latest version because otherwise Compose doesn't work.
I know I realized I became middle-aged because I just stopped using all the alphas and betas and everything. I just use stable versions and I have not that much desire and time to experiment, so that's how it happens. Apparently.
That's how you decide that you've become old. It's just like, yeah, I cannot be bothered there anymore.
Exactly, like I don't have time to experiment. I remember, years ago, like there were these new versions, experimental, I know, Mac OS and Windows and Linux and everything. I had to had the, I had to have the Alpha 01 and whatnot, but like, no, I just can't anymore.
Yeah, I don't generally run preview stuff, but yeah, Compose forces me to use the latest version, or the latest canary of Studio. And for very obvious reasons, I use like nightly builds of IntelliJ, which sometimes is very good, sometimes is very unproductive, let's say, but it's kind of expected, I guess, in internal stuff. Okay, so we have updated Compose. It all works. He says. I hope that's actually the case.
At least it's not exploding immediately, so technically
Yeah, I mean, the
works.
application runs, so I call that a victory. It's good enough for me. I've rerun it, and it's fine. There's no breakages of anything, so I declare myself happy with this, for now at least. And then maybe the next step could be to try and get more. Why are you up there? Come here. To get some more data into our notification model. So we can close that for now, and this is going to be fun. I think I'm going to rename this notification entry because last time we were having some issues with the fact that it was exactly the same name as the Android system notification, which made it a bit awkward to deal with in the, I think it was here.
Yeah, it is maybe a bit, yeah.
So we can get rid of the import alias, and then this stuff is just notification. Okay, so it's a bit less awkward this way. Okay, so let's think for a second what sort of information we need.
Well, let's first think about like what do you want to do with notifications?
Yes,
like, what would you want them to do?
So
in addition to what they're already doing,
I think eventually what we want to do is to this is just the current idea, then we'll see, it will probably evolve over time, but the current idea is that we want to collect information about all the notifications that are emitted in the system. I seem to remember that there is a way in the notification listener to say oh, look, there's a notification that has been posted. I want to hide it until it's the next time that I want to show notifications to the users, and that's one part of what we want to do. And the other thing that we want to do is that we want to collect some information about the notifications, because we want to show to the user when they open the app which notifications we are holding back for them. So
Okay.
at a minimum, we need to show, the app icon. We need to show the name of the application, the time that it was posted. We need to know stuff like if it's associated to a contact, then we need to get the contact profile picture. If it's associated with a channel, a notification channel, maybe we want to know that, although that's probably secondary for now. But we definitely...
Actually, that's what I want to ask. Like, do you want to have notification grouping of certain types?
I think that's a nice to have that we can keep for the next iteration. I would like to get like single notifications first.
Okay.
But if we can, it would be nice to also get, if there's I don't even know how internally the grouping is expressed in Android. If it's like
you have to have an ID, right? So you have to have know the ID, and then you would update.
Okay, so you have...
And then you would change it. Basically, you would say, okay, well, instead of showing this text, you would show this other text. So at least that's how it was last time you did. So I'm not sure if they now made it easier to do, but you have to do it manually. But I'm not sure how it works now, to be honest.
The thing is, if we can get information about grouping from the system, then sure. But I don't want to start grouping things myself, because that might be awkward. But there is this, I guess. So notification has a group key that I guess we can use, and a sort key, and it might have extras, and it has a pending intent. Now that's gonna be the tricky part, because if we want to persist things in the database, it's going to be unlikely that we can persist the pending intent, I think. Although it is parcelable, so maybe we can just write it as a blob in the database and reload it, but I don't know. There's probably someone in the Android team right now that is shouting, "No! Why would you do that?" Because I'm sure there's all sorts of ways in which that can go wrong. So let's say that maybe what we can do is we can look at the public fields of notification, which there's like 500,000 it looks, and we can get an idea of what we need, what we don't need, like probably priority. Although priority is deprecated, you should use the notification channel.
Yeah, so that should come through channel. Okay, so I just took a quick look at the docs, and basically they now have the set group support, right? So you can just set a group, or you can say, this notification is part of group, I don't know, messages. So you don't show 10 notifications about messages. And then there's also the set group summary, which you can set to true or false. So that also might be useful, right? So for different types of notifications, might come in handy.
Okay. So I guess we need to get like all this information about grouping. It's something that is useful to have. Sort key, I don't know. I mean, if it's set, I guess then we can use it. We can get it. Extras, I'm not entirely sure whether we care at all, but who knows?
Well, I mean, we're not passing any images or anything, right? Or something else?
No, no, although I think that's actually a good point that we want to, like, if a notification has an image, then we want to get that, and we want to be able to display it, right?
Yeah, so you would like usually if it's something sent by the backend, you would say I get it from the bundle and then show it. Like I
Yeah.
think that the avatars for message notifications. I think that's how it works usually.
Yeah. For example, we have the ability to get the small icon, which is the one that is showed
Yeah.
in the status bar. Then we have the large icon, that is the one that is displayed in the content view. And then we have the extra large icon big,
Okay.
which is the one that you get when you have the big picture style icon. So I think this is actually what we might want to do. We have the images already, but obviously we need to figure out when you create like a big style, big image style, or a big text style, or a conversation style. We need to check like what ends up where, and get those back and store them, I guess. So maybe one thing we could do is we could try to figure out if a notification, like what is the style of a notification. So we can create like an enum and then store it, so it's easier in the UI to just say, oh, I'll show it this way, I'll show it that way.
Wait, so what would be the strategy for storing? Like, do you think it makes sense to kind of parse them and then store them, or maybe it would be easy to just store them in the raw format as they come and then?
I don't think they can be stored. Well, they are parselables, but I think it makes more sense for us to store them parsed. Like in the notification listener, we parse them and then we emit them, and everything else in the app deals with the parsed thing, because otherwise you need to do all this weird bullshit every time. You need to do 2 notification, and that's weird.
Yeah, but then on the other hand, you would also need to do the same. Like you would need to have the mapper and the parser again when you save into the database and read from the database, right? Because you're going to have the icons and you're going to have everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so then keeping like saying that, okay, we're going to save it as parcel, and then when I read it, I'm just going to use the same mapper that I use to map the real notifications when they come from the backend or server would be, I don't know. Like you would have just one parser basically. That would be.
Yeah. What I was thinking about though is if you have if you store the notification as just a binary blob, because that's what a parselable will be stored at essentially, wouldn't you lose the ability to, search the database or do anything with them? Like if you needed to get, like to filter the notification based on, say that you show based on the package of the app that emitted it, stuff like that. How would you do it? Like you cannot do it. You still need to, like you can also
Okay.
store the parcel. That's fine, but you also need to extract some data out of it, right?
Well, that depends on what you want to do. How do you want to fetch them? Right? Do you need something beyond the timestamp? Because usually, like most storing system are basically, okay, well, I'm going to show you the notifications that you haven't seen since the last time you opened the app, right? So the only thing you would need would basically be the timestamp of the last seen notification, and then you would just everything that came afterwards.
Yeah.
But
the reason why I was thinking, especially in terms of the package of the application that emitted it, is that the application will need to have an allow list where you can say notifications from this app, say my bank's app, always need to get through and they don't get stored. or notifications sent from Ivan always get through and they don't get stored because they get displayed immediately, so I don't need to store them.
Okay.
So I was thinking maybe the thing that we can do is in the notification entry, we can have like the original notification and we put the parcelable there.
Okay.
Which in this case is a status bar notification. Yeah, obviously I'm putting it in the wrong place.
Yeah, it should probably not go on the, yeah.
I'll get there. Okay, that's what I meant to do. So I can just add the original notification there and as the status bar notification, and in the database we can just store this, and then when we read it back we can re-parse them based on this, and this will make it easy for us when we store to the database to also get any other piece of information that we might need, for example the package of the application. So maybe we can do something like this, like sender app info, and we can create like a sender app info thing, like a data class, like the icons one. Data class sender app info, and this has val package. Well, package name, and maybe we can put some. We can consider doing like also the ability to automatically fetch some information from the package manager, but I wouldn't do it here.
Yeah, I think didn't they also restrict the access now in the newest versions of Android?
Yeah, we had that problem last time with the icons, but we have fixed it. Essentially, you just need to declare something in the manifest that says uses permission, query all packages. And also you need to tell Lint that you know what you're doing. Like, Lint,
yeah, just trust me.
Shut up. Hold my beer.
Yeah. Okay, so what else do you need? Like, do you think it would be useful, like, if you want to have some sort of priority based on the app? Do you want to put it here, or do you want to do it later?
I would say for now, let's maybe try to get some more info, just the basics, and display them in the list. What do you think?
Yeah, sure.
Maybe like the file app name.
Yeah. And also say icon.
App icon. Well, I guess we can just do name and icon because.
Yeah.
Obviously, this icon, yes. And I guess this can be null. That ligature was weird.
Well, can it be null? Because basically each app has to have an icon, right? So.
Yeah, I guess. Just, I don't know, just in case we weren't for whatever reason able to load it.
Okay.
I mean, we can, well, let's leave it non-null for now, and then we can make it nullable later. Okay. I think at some point we will also have to, you know, recreate, once we know the data well, we will have to recreate the entire data model using, you know, seal classes and stuff like that. But for now, we're just trying to hack it together, and it's probably be enough to do it like this. That was the name of the thing I just created. Sender app
info.
App info equals sender app info. Okay. And I think it would actually be nice. Well, we probably want to create a method here.
Yeah, you would need the mapper.
Extract app info. And then let's create this function here. Private, private, okay. And this one is just this. And this. Okay, so we need the package name. That should be fairly easy. So now this was status bar notification dot extract app info. Is this the right one? Yes. Okay. Package name. We got it. I suspect that we will need a context here to get with the package manager.
The package manager. But wouldn't package manager be injected?
Yeah. I mean, this
ideally,
is a function.
I mean, you would pass it. Yeah. Okay.
So I will do. Well, I don't need to do this. Probably I can just do this, and this is name equals package manager dot. I don't even remember.
I have no idea. Like those are the things that I always
get application info.
Okay. Yeah.
I think that's the one. This
you
is
the package name.
Package name.
Yeah.
Package name, yes. And the flags, which I obviously don't remember. I guess the only
additional option flags to modify. So
yeah, but which ones? I guess match uninstalled packages, which we don't care about. Yeah, fuck that shit.
Yeah, I don't think we care about them.
0.
That's good.
Now
we need to map it to something.
Yeah, we need to get the application info here and do name, I think. Yep.
That one.
And icon, this is gonna be fun. Application info dot
icon is an integer.
Is the resource identifier, okay.
But
which
the resource identifier of another app, that doesn't help me that much.
But no, it does help because I can do resources for application, pass it the package name, and do get drawable with the application info dot icon. And no theme because I don't have a theme. And this is a drawable, of course, not an icon, which I guess means we're going to convert this. Or we can just create an icon from this icon. Create with... oh, I can do this even better. Yeah, this is easier.
You can just pass in directly the...
Yeah, just say get the resource package and the res ID, and that's it. Which is what notifications do anyway, so that works for me. Easy enough. So we have this info.
You know strangely too much about package manager. I don't know why.
In 2012, I have written a launcher for a smartwatch.
That was 10 years ago.
I know, but the scars run deep.
Okay.
So I guess I need a
you
context
need to pass
here.
The package manager. Or
because I will probably need the context for other shit, so I'll just do context dot package manager, which obviously means this needs a context.
Yeah,
this needs
context all the way.
Yeah, we have tainted our code with context now. I mean, I guess theoretically we could just have like a abstract context away and just have an interface, but it doesn't really make much difference because we would have to also move all the stuff that we do with the package manager behind like a package info provider of some sort, like an interface that we own that we can then when we get to testing, we're gonna have to do all that shit, but we're not
exactly
anything
but
yet.
also, just I would say the first step is, okay, let's first see what we need, right? So then after you have everything there, then you can start abstracting stuff.
Yeah.
And also, as long as you're not saving it anywhere, then you're good.
Yeah. But anyway, this is stuff that is from a different app anyway, so I guess it's not that big of a deal. But we'll see. Obviously, when we store stuff to the database, we need to be super careful not to store anything resolved. We only need to get, we can only store the, we can store the parcelable itself, and maybe, the everything else, like the icon and all those things should never be stored directly, should be reobtained when we load from the database.
But do you think that's why is, like, because I was now thinking, somebody can, like, you can receive notification and then somebody uninstalls the app in the meantime, and then you cannot fetch anything from that app anymore, right?
I was thinking mostly in terms, well, first of all, I don't want to put images in the database because SQLite is not too good with that. Like it can do it, but it can also get out of hand fairly quickly. So we would have to, instead of storing the image in the database, the right thing to do would be to store the image somewhere on disk in a cache and save the path in the cache to the icon in the database, and then load it from there when we need to, which I guess we'll use something like Coil for. But I would say we're maybe thinking slightly too much ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, we're thinking about it too much, yeah. No, because I was thinking, like, well, if you normalize the database, you have one table with just the package names and the icons and drawables, and then the other with the notifications, but overthinking it.
Yeah, I think what we are at right now is not making it nice, we are at making it work, and then we will get to making it nice later.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that usually gets lost when people discuss, like, programming and quality and blah blah blah, which is like, it's easy to have quality when you know what you're doing. But if you don't know, if you don't know enough about the product, and you don't know enough about the technology, so you're not sure how it should be, then it's really hard to make it. Like, you have to do iterative development, right? Like, first is, okay, let's make this work, and the second will be, well, okay, now let's make it nice.
Yeah.
And also then let's make it testable and extendable and maintainable in the future. But if it doesn't work, or if you don't know what you need to make it work, then it's really hard to do this.
So we are at a point where we need, we have the notification entry in the previews, and that's a problem because it wants the status bar notification thing, and it wants to be created from a parcel, and I think it reads shit out of it, so fuck.
That went well. So, as we were saying 30 seconds ago, it's really hard to do things if you don't know how to make them work.
Yeah.
So do we need it? Maybe we don't need it now, right? Like, this status bar notification.
Bye. You don't exist anymore. Okay, obviously this still needs the sender app info. Sender app info, and we kind of have the same problem, but not really, in the sense that here sender app info, we can do whatever, name is which I guess is the off-brand version of Yo. Do you remember Yo?
No.
Oh, this is why the icon should be null, by the way. Should be
Right,
null,
okay. You were right.
but just by chance. But was that weird messaging app that was a thing for a few weeks, where you could only say yo.
Yo, I remember. Yeah, that was there. Like, when was it? Like 6, 7, 8 years ago. It was there for a few weeks and then it disappeared.
Yeah, but they made big money in the meantime, I guess. So
yeah, I think they also had some investors or something. It was like, how? Like, why? Just why?
right.
And that was also when I was starting thinking, okay, maybe I'm doing things wrong, right? Because obviously there is a possibility to get money for stupid ideas if you know where and how to ask.
Yeah. Yep. So one thing that I want to do is, there's no swap. That's annoying. I want to swap this with this. And I don't think we want the extra large here, because I want the large one. And if we don't have the large, then we use the small one, because that's going to look better for the icon here. And I think it's worth displaying more things in the list now. So for example, we can have a row with the application information for the current notification.
Yeah. So so I haven't, as I said, I haven't seen Compose before, right? So this is basically how you would make a layout in Compose, right?
Yeah. Essentially, well, I'll go in order so it's a bit easier. We have previews here that are the things that are shown here. So this is a preview essentially.
Okay.
You can. Thank you. The nice thing about the previews is that you can actually make them interactive. So you can if you make it interactive, you can scroll things. Obviously there's nothing to scroll here, so it doesn't do anything, but you can try animations and do stuff like that, which is fairly cool. You can also run this specific state on the device.
Okay.
Which is nice to see how it looks in reality on the device. But I don't expect much difference between this preview and this, because Compose is much more predictable than the old school UI framework. So the previews are essentially just it's an annotation you put on a composable to say this should be in the preview. And you can also configure them, you can name them, you can group them, you can set which API level you want to use, the device size for which to preview, blah, 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 bunch of stuff we don't care about. The idea is that a composable is what you would formally think of as a view or a view group. In Compose, there's no difference between the two concepts. There are composables that take contents in form of other composables to nest, and there's composables that don't take any further content. An easy example is a composable that implements a layout such as column. Think of it as a vertical linear layout. Takes obviously children because it's a layout and it makes sense for it to take children. But something like a text doesn't take children. It's just drawing some text on the screen.
Yeah.
The way. Sorry, go ask.
No, I just wanted to ask. So, like, when you look at it, it looks a bit messy, right? Because there are no styles for the text, right? You just manually put font size and that sort of stuff. But those could actually be done, because I remember I was seeing you can basically extract classes from this. So instead of having text, you would maybe create your own class that would be, say, like notification text, and then you would just call that one, right? Or is
this is a bit of a hack, because this text here is just a sad emoji here. It's just because we don't have a proper icon to display, so we're just showing that. But theoretically, like if you have normal text, what you can do is just specify a style the same way you would do in XML, and just say bundle. Well, actually, no. In this case, it's just material theme dot typography dot say caption, for example. And if we look at the preview, you will see that the text should actually, yeah, it's changed, and that's how you define a text style.
Okay.
Just a quick recap on styling in and theming in general in Compose. Yeah, that's fine. So what we have is the theme. The theme is composable. In our case, our app theme is a material theme that we just change the colors and the typography for. And the way you define the typography is just there's a typography object and you pass it the fonts that you want, you create it, and it's the same as doing it in the XML. The concept is the same.
Yeah, it's just a bit easier maybe to kind of grasp what you're doing, right? Like, because I mean, XML was verbose, but I think that wasn't that big of an issue for me. For me, it was mostly the inheritance, right? Because you can extend, you can inherit, like with the dot notation.
Yeah.
And if you have a big gap, you just get lost in all this.
Absolutely.
Whereas here, it's a bit clearer, right? And also, especially like the one at the bottom, that was the if for the light theme, right? Which is like, yeah, I mean, yeah, you would want to have something like this. Whereas in XML, I'm not sure how that will work, to be honest.
In XML, you would have to have the colors in the values-night bucket, and then the OS would switch them for you. But if you want to control that, I don't know exactly how that works, and it's a bit more complicated than this, which is very easy.
Yeah, exactly.
Like right now we kind of hacked it because it's the same colors for dark and for light. But if we wanted, it would just be a matter of doing this and doing dark and having the dark variants of our colors, and this would be dark colors. Well, actually.
Yeah, I suppose you would just maybe like invert the white with black, and then the rest could remain more or less the same, probably.
I guess we would probably do something different. Like the white is okay, but we would likely do like a gray instead. A light gray instead of the white, because otherwise the white might be blinding.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but I was just saying, like, you know, this is like the first hack where you say, okay, well, you know, it's usable. It's not very nice, but it's usable, right? Because obviously the issue that you usually have is you have apps that just basically ignore the dark theme, and they just don't look very nice. Yeah.
So essentially we have done this, and we can do, I don't know, we take the green, and I think
there's the luminance, right? That's nice.
Yeah, but I don't think you can change it. You can just get it. But you can maybe do something about it. Oh, so there was value. You can set value.
But there was also copy, right? So can you make a copy with
yeah, but copy only takes
it's still ARGB. Okay.
But I think you can do color. I think there is a way to do it with with the compose. Let me see, because I think there is a way with the compose stuff to create like a color util. I don't know, something color KT. No, wait, oh no. Color space. I don't know. There must be a way. There's definitely a way to do it, but this is the compile shit, so no. Well, there's
I
probably a
mean,
way to do it.
they probably should have, like, they should have added the YSL model, right? I mean, it would have helped a little bit with this.
Yes, what Fabio is also pointing out is correct. You don't need to relaunch the activity to change the theme from light to dark, or even from yellow to green if you prefer green to yellow, or the other way around. So that's actually quite easy and nice.
Yeah. Although I don't think you would actually want to do this, right? Like, you would opt for consistency and say, okay, well, you know, if it's in a dark theme, then I would just like everything to be using the dark theme. Unless, well, I mean, if you're doing previews or something, or maybe if you're doing, like, I don't know, photo editing or video editing, then you probably wouldn't go for consistent dark theme, I suppose.
Yeah, the thing is, in general, if you have like dark a dark theme, what you want to do is you want to have all the colors being muted regardless.
Yeah.
So in this case, maybe we can have something like this, and then we have pretty much done the light. Sorry, the dark theme is what I meant. So that would be dark green, and this is dark green, dark wing duck. No, wait. That's a different thing.
I think that's something else.
That's unrelated, but still a good thing. No, let's just do it. Yeah, this random colors. Look at me, I'm a designer.
Yes, and then you have all the designers just cringing.
Yeah, I'm sure designers are hating me so much because I'm like, yeah, whatever, that's fine. But yeah,
Maybe they're just looking into how to send you 50 kilovolts through the internet or something.
Probably.
Remember the movie Electric Dreams, which I remember I was a kid. It was, you know, nice music, and it was kind of goofy, right? You have this computer that comes to life, and then he gets in love with his owner's girlfriend, and then he decides to commit suicide, sending 50 kilovolt through the telephone line, right? Like, in using the couplers and everything. It's, yeah,
sounds excessive, but
yeah, I don't know. It was just like a nice movie. You know, so, the 80s.
I created a new preview, which is supposed to be dark. The thing is, I don't remember exactly how you set it to be dark here. Somewhere there's a way to do it. I think the easiest way would be to just have an override, but let me think how we would do it. I think you have like a composition local provider, and this would be dark. No. So composition local provider is kind of like an override thing that you say stuff that is inside of this should have this value changed to this.
Okay.
So I think this would be something like local dark, if it exists. No.
Maybe theme or something, or
I don't know. But I think there's one better way to know it. So the good thing about compose is that it's all code. Just how do you define it? Oh, it's local configuration.current.ui mode. Okay. So probably that's what we want to change.
Yeah, it seems a bit more logical than all those XML things where you have to do things in the right order with the right names, and all of them, otherwise nothing works.
Can you do copy? No. Maybe you can do this. I don't think so, but... Oh. maybe.
Wait,
No, I
how
don't
was
think it works.
how was it in the dark theme?
Huh?
How was it in the dark theme that you opened in the tab? How did they do it? So code compression current UI modes, and there was the configuration UI mode night mask.
Yeah. Which. Yeah. So what Fabio was suggesting was to just put a boolean here. I can be like, that would be the easiest way. It's like dark mode override, which is a boolean, nullable boolean, which is null by default.
Why not just make it false by default? So we don't.
Well, because then you can do this and just follow the system if there's no need to do anything weird. But the thing is, this is actually should be here. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, so essentially, if the override is set, then we use that. Otherwise, we use is system in dark theme. I was wondering if there was a quote unquote better way to do it, but I mean this works. So we don't need to use the local composition provider, whatever, and we could just do dark mode override, true, and then we refresh the preview, and this should be with the dark theme. Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's nice.
This
also
is very dark, but whatever.
Yeah, and the text is maybe too dark there, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just to try it and to see that it works, it exists. And equally, this would be the same thing where you have dark preview and you have dark mode override true. And just see how that looks. Let's see how that looks. I had done it already, but I wasn't entirely convinced. So yeah, obviously it's a black icon, which isn't particularly helpful in this case, but it's okay.
Okay.
I guess that's actually a small bug that maybe we want to fix right now. So.
But do you have, what would you do? Would you just...
I think it just needs to be tinted.
Why the changes? Yeah, just the tint.
Because right now
it is monochrome, right?
Sorry?
It is monochrome.
Yes, it is. Icon. But we're just getting one of the material icons.
Yeah.
So I don't know what I've done. I think what we can do is just use icon instead. What is it complaining about? What's the problem? Too many arguments.
Modifier, he doesn't like that one at least.
Oh yeah, because this is the wrong icon. Okay, let's not use icon. Let's use image for now. And you can use a color filter, I think.
So you don't have directly tint. You have to use the color filter, right? But there's the color filter tint.
I mean, you can do tint. The thing is, the icon composable, as Fabio pointed out a couple of streams ago, has the tinting built in, so you don't need to do color filter. You just pass it the color and it does everything by itself. But in this case, we just want to get whatever the fuck done. So we just want to tint things the right way. Now, we can do is system in dark theme here and just get the color essentially.
Yeah.
The alternative would be essentially to extract this as a function, which would be something like extracting that as a composable.
Okay.
And obviously you can inline this. Okay. And yeah, that's, you can also inline this one. So now we can just call colors here. Colors, we don't need a dark mode override. And colors actually returns us all the colors, and we want to do on on surface. What does color want? Oh yeah, it's okay. It needed that. So now if we refresh, this icon should be tinted. Except it's not. Whoops. Mark is saying, why not use a theme color? Well, these are the theme colors.
Yeah, just like how do you get the right theme color, right? Well, we're not setting the theme. Can you just get the theme color instead of calling them manually?
Sorry?
Like instead of calling them manually, can you just get the theme colors like he suggested?
I guess. Material theme dot colors dot on surface.
Is it
yeah, you can.
Is it the material theme or is it our app theme?
Sorry?
Well, can we call our app theme colors? Like how does it work? Like if you set the theme of your app, do you have local reference to it somehow, or how does it work?
So, well, if you look at how material theme is done, it's an object. It's just kept in memory, and the reason why the tinting wasn't working, I think, is that this wasn't. It wasn't actually checking what's currently set as dark mode override. Sorry, as system dark theme. It wasn't working. I'm not sure why. I don't know enough about Compose to say. But in this case, like material theme, if your theme extends material theme, then as Mark was pointing out, the best way to get the current values is to go directly to material theme dot colors or dot typography or dot shapes.
Yeah, but so this material theme object gets basically rewritten by your app's colors, or
well, it does in our case because we run everything inside of a bundle theme, which if you recall is just the material theme with this. Now, how does this work? Because I'm setting, like, this is a composable function, and the material theme that we are using down here is an object. So the way this works is when you set a theme by using the material theme closure, sorry, yeah, the composable I meant, it essentially creates a composition local provider, which is the thing that of what I was trying to do earlier, which is like it says that everything that happens inside of this uses these colors, this alpha, this indication, this ripple theme, these shapes, this whatever. So what this does, if you see, these are actually gotten every time, and it checks local colors.current, which is set by this.
So basically you're overriding the material theme with your own stuff, so you don't need to call specific.
Yes, I'm telling material theme that inside of that composable, the colors are these and the typography is that, and to just store it in local colors. This is all stuff you can do yourself, by the way. If you don't want to use material theme, you can essentially copy paste this file and change the name and add whatever you want.
You know, I'm just wondering, for example, now when you do the theming, right? So when you do the UI, you don't actually need to know like what are your colors, objects, and what are the names and everything. You can just always call material theme, get me this color, and then he will get you the overridden value.
Yeah, the only thing is that if you use material theme, you have to use the name of the colors and the typography styles that material theme defines. That doesn't mean you cannot add more. So we could, for example, have more colors in our own bundle theme, but the fact that we're using all the material stuff, it means that all these, like the light colors and dark colors functions, are done for us. But if we add our own design system that is incompatible with material, that has different names, that has more or less colors or typography choices, whatever, then we would have to implement these things ourselves, which again is not complicated. You just control click, copy paste stuff and change what you need. So that's the very nice thing about Compose, is that you don't need to create something huge like the material design components that you have in the old UI framework. It's just a bunch of function and objects that probably take half a day to create.
And also, if you wanted to make it multi-platform compatible, right, then you would need to create your own objects, and then you would just put material or
Material
whatever else
theme
you
works
wanted.
on desktop as well, so that should be fine.
Yeah, but on iOS, even if it works, it's probably not
Oh,
the
you mean
preferred, right?
multi-platform in the mobile multi-platform? Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
So you would need to create your own object, and then you would basically wrap, like it would be a pass-through to material or iOS or whatever you want to have in there.
Yeah, I guess the difference there would be that if you want to have something material, then it should pretty much work almost as is on iOS as well. But if you want to do like native iOS UI stuff, I don't think that's implemented. Like you would have to actually implement the rendering and the controls to work in a native feeling iOS way. What is in Compose right now is Material, and Material also works on iOS, but it's not going to work. I don't think it works at all right now on iOS Compose anyway, because it's still tied to Android. Like stuff like string resources are not really a thing in iOS.
Yeah.
So it's an eventual problem, I guess. At some point, probably, maybe, hopefully, they will make Compose work with Kotlin multi-platform. And then the problem of how do you do this on iOS will be more meaningful. Right now, it's purely hypothetical.
Okay, so now getting back to this.
We have fixed the icon.
Yeah.
And we're using the right color, and that's fine. Also, probably, yeah. Okay, so let me explain.
So we now want to add the app info, right? Somehow.
Yeah,
somewhere.
exactly. So what I wanted to do is, first of all, quickly walk you through the layout here, so I can explain to you what is what. So lazy column, think of it as recycler view without having to create everything that you need when you create a recycler view. It's a column
without the
adapter,
right?
And does recycle, and that's all you need to do. It's just you tell it which items you want, and the nice thing is that you can also like add another random item here that is like text like this, and you have created a multiple item type recycler view. There you go. Because
so basically like a recycler view that you don't have to create an adapter for.
Yeah, you don't have to deal with adapters, with view holders, with all that stuff. It just works out of the box by you have this lazy list scope, which is essentially a scope into which you emit items. And you have the list of your items here, and you just say, well, take all of this as items to show in the list. And then it does everything else for you, which is very nice. And you just tell it how to render these items. And the good thing is, if you have multiple different lists, then it's easy, like multiple different list of items. You just have like one items thing for each one of them, and it just creates all of them. You can sort them, you can mix them, you can create one at a time. You can have something like notification entries dot 4, and then say if this is above whatever, then you do something.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you do something else. Which
so you don't have to do it like in the recycle wheel when you had to have get item type.
No,
and
you don't have that. You just do. It's just like, oh, this goes this way, that goes that way. And the nice thing here in this case is that if for example at some point we want to transform notification entry in a sealed class hierarchy, because we might have different styles of notifications, then instead of doing this, you would just do this.
You would just have when and then.
Yeah, you just do a when, or you can also just leave this here and do the when in here and just emit different composables depending on the type that you want to represent.
And then you can extract this as, well, a function or maybe even like a class and then just,
essentially. So one thing you can see, we have our items are a card. Well, I'll go with the light preview. Essentially looks white on white, so that's not great, but we'll figure it out. I think that might be because our theme is missing something, but a background. Let's see. Let me try a random thing. Color 0xff 000. Maybe. Let's try and refresh it and see how that goes, because it should. Yeah, okay, that looks better. Okay. So I will just do. I already have light gray, but it is. Whatever. I'll call it background gray, and this is gonna be super duper light, which is like maybe E0 even. E0, something like this, and then I can do.
I think you said it too much.
Yeah. I selected the wrong thing mostly. Okay. It's fine, and we don't have one here, but whatever, that's fine for now. We can create like a slightly lighter thing for the dark theme. Let's do that. Background gray.
Well, shouldn't it be dark? Background gray?
Yeah, I meant dark. My brain is starting to fart.
Oh, as long as it's just your brain.
Yeah, it's my brain. I mean, otherwise you would probably hear it. Let's say 10, 10, 10, something like this, just slightly lighter than black, and we should be able to see it in the previews that it's slightly different, or maybe not. I don't know.
That's in the list, right?
Okay, yeah, you can see it. So the cards are proper black, and the background is slightly lighter, which is good. Okay, good, fine.
The cards are proper black in it.
We have.
So Mark just commented when we were discussing the theme. He said like material theme is the logical representation of the design system. Yeah.
That sounds like a good description. Yes, thank you, Mark.
Yeah, it just the naming is a bit confusing, right? Because having the material theme as a design system, what is it if it's not material? I mean, okay, it takes the defaults from the material, but if you extend it, you probably wouldn't want to call it material design. You could call it like, I don't know, bundle app design or something.
Yeah, I guess. Anyway,
So since we now did a few changes, do you first want to commit these dark theme things, or do you
yeah,
think we're gonna?
let's. So I will commit separately the notification data stuff.
Yeah,
So
because I have the same thing as even like whenever I have more than 4 classes changed, I need to commit something.
that's a fair point. And this is create dark theme colors. Okay.
Ooh, using the fancy spelling.
Eh, there's Mark on that is watching. He would be offended if I use the Yankee spelling, I think.
Yeah.
Mark is a champion of ENGB,
ENGB.
British English.
Oh, okay, the Queen's English.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very fancy English indeed. So one thing we should probably do before we actually add more stuff to this is we can maybe create something like just a single item. So we extract this as a composable. So we extract that as notification item, and that's fine. And the reason why I want to do that is that I can then
No, not interface.
yeah, I can then move this to a different file.
Okay.
So let's say notifications list, and I will move it there. And I will eventually refactor stuff, but for now that's okay. Like reorder things in a more sensible way, but that's okay. I think this one, internal, I will move this to a util package of some sort, because
Yeah.
util, and this is icon extensions. Okay, and that's fine. Yes, continue. That's okay. Okay, so we can close.
I think
this
that's
file.
one of the good things about this, because like one of the biggest issues with XML is that it's very hard to create folders and that sort of stuff, and to have kind of some order in there, right? Whereas with this, with the compose, you can just use the regular packages and put them there and have hierarchies and whatever you want to have.
Yeah. So actually, I think we can probably just move the file as well to our package, so it's a bit more in order and a bit more clean. Okay, good. So we have this. This is fine. What I wanted to do was to just copy this, because now we can work on a single notification item, and well, probably private works as well. Let's see, private, fine, notification item preview, and I will just composable and preview, and this is a notification item, and that takes this. That was the reason why I copied it, because I am lazy. And now I can have the preview just for this. Great. And obviously I need to set oh, I forgot.
You need to have two of them.
I forgot to put the card. That's the problem.
Ah,
I need the card as well.
right.
So now this will make more sense. Okay. because now, yes, I have a card, and this is actually, I think I need to do the bundle theme here as well.
Yeah, we would need to have like the dark preview and the light
Yeah.
preview.
Let's actually do that. And this is dark, and this is dark, theme override true. And now we should have both of them on screen at the same time, which is very convenient.
Yay.
Okay, good. Now we can start adding things. Now, given we have extracted things, we can break down things even more and say.
I think it makes sense to extract these, like
Yeah.
like the timestamp and the main body of however you call it.
Icon and text for now. Then we can rename it if we want. And this is the timestamp. Okay, so yeah, this is how you create composables. You just extract shit, and that's it. That's really easy. So if we want to add another row ahead, like on top of these things, you just create a new one, which is like app info. Let's call it app info for now. And we can create composable and this is also going to be a row. And
rowable. Then down the string.
Merrily, 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 merrily. I don't remember the lyrics. So I think it would be probably better to have some like left padding to align to the text, and I think this is like it's 8 plus whatever the fuck the image is. Actually, this makes sense to be underneath because we have 8 plus the image. The size is 48 for the image. So to align here, we want to do 8 plus 48.
So that's 56.
Yeah. So that would be, well, the nice thing is that
you
can do
but then you also need to add the padding for the text, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, plus 48 plus another 8, right?
Yeah.
Maybe 64, but okay.
Yeah, I know, but it's fine. We can leave it like this, and now we can do things like icon size.
But so how does it work with dimensions? Can you also, like, you can just extract them, and because they're basically the regular Kotlin.
To do it this way.
And actually just.
Sorry?
Okay. No, I was thinking, like, you don't, like, how does it work with dimensions and the whole diamond system that was there in the folders, and you can have it automatically changed by, in those resource folders, right? So if you have a different screen size or even a different locale, it would change automatically. So can you do something like this with Compose?
Yeah, you create a file and put a bunch of constants there.
But is there automatic resource switching based on whatever?
I don't think so, but at the same time, yes.
So like if you know some, okay, we want to add tablet support, right? In Android, like in XML, you would just put it in the, SW600 or 820 or something.
Yeah.
Right. So here, how you do it? Do you need to do it manually, like if with this, then that, or how you do it?
A little bit of both, in the sense that I think you can also do this. Just get the value from a resource, so you can still declare dimensions in XML if you want, and let the resource system pick the right size for you.
Yeah. Okay.
But in this case, we're not doing that. This is text. Well, let's call it single padding. Let's pretend that we are using a grid, which we're not, but single
But yeah,
padding
why not?
times 2 plus that. Okay, this should align us. Let's see, this is single padding. Do we have any other here?
There's also one above, I think.
Single.
The row. Right
Yes.
text. Yeah, you have it there. Also, if you scroll down a little bit, there was another one. There, the icon text.
You're right. Okay, so we can probably just put this one's somewhere at the top. It doesn't really matter. We could even move them to a different file, but for now, let's keep it easy. Just have everything here, and we can always refactor later.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say we have this. Now we want to show the. Let's start with something easy. Let's start with the application name. So we would have a text that takes notification dot sender app info dot name, and this should be enough to show some text in some form. Obviously it's going to be the wrong size and everything. Obviously I have fucked up here because this should be start.
Okay, yeah.
But it is at least aligned, so there's that.
Yeah.
I don't know why there's some extra space underneath this. I'm not sure.
Does it have it by default, maybe? Like if you don't declare.
I don't think so. Well, anyway, let's worry about that later.
Yeah, okay.
So we need to set the style to material theme. Not what I wanted to do. Dot typography. Dot.
H1.
Maybe not. I think caption is the smallest one, but I don't remember. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, caption or overline.
Overline, yeah. Well, caption is medium, so it might go well with that name, right? So.
Yeah, let's see. Cool. Yeah, sure.
Okay. So yeah, so it has too much padding on the bottom and not enough on the top, right? Which is. Yeah. But is it maybe the centering or something?
Yeah, it might just be that the row here needs to be told this is the wrong one. No, it's the right one. Is it horizontal? No, vertical? No, I don't remember. How the fuck do you do this?
Do you have center or something? Or do they have?
There is a horizontal and vertical arrangement, but I don't think, maybe it's not on row. Oh yeah, I know it goes here. Yes.
It's on text. Okay.
Yeah, it's the item. I think arrangement. Maybe. No. Oh fuck! I don't remember.
Oh wait, how do you do the hello text like the one below?
Huh?
How do you do the one below?
No, but the thing is, I've done it, but I think that might be the column thing. It might just be on the column. No, the row has... Oh, I'm stupid. That's why.
They have a horizontal arrangement parameter.
Yeah, it's arrangement dot stuff. It's not a modifier.
Okay.
Vertical alignment is bottom. Let's see if this is better.
You want to make it bottom?
Yes, but it doesn't seem to make any difference. So this is the row. Oh yeah, by the way, you can click things and it will show you, which is nice.
Oh, it all automatically goes to the right.
Yeah.
Okay, so say vertical alignment on the row. Yes, I'm going to mention it already.
Oh, this is the problem. The padding is on the... No. Is it? Wait, let me take this one out. Let's see what changes. Not much.
So Fabio says vertical alignment on the row. Well, that's what we did now, but it's still not working, right? So
Yep. Yeah, it's this. We have done the vertical alignment like this. Why is this not? First of all, why is so? This is the column. The card has a well. Let's say the card has a padding on all dimensions. First of all, which probably makes more sense. No, wait, no. There's a reason why that was there. Okay, yes.
And that's for the card, right? Because
Yeah,
now
that's
we want
around
to change
the
the app
card.
info.
That's around the card. Which is not. Yes, this is correct because we want top, side, side, and nothing at the bottom. That's fine. It's this that should have modifier dot padding single padding.
But that's the whole column now, right?
Yes, the whole column. Okay, now it makes more sense. Okay, now everything has got some padding, but now
Now we need to move the.
I take it out of the rows because it doesn't really need it anymore. Well, this one does, but this
Yeah.
one, for example, doesn't anymore. Icon and text doesn't need that, so I can probably just do this. And here is actually the same thing. I'll just copy paste this stuff. Okay, and refresh.
Did you already move? You also moved the alignment.
Yeah, horizontal.
No, it was the comma, vertical alignment, or horizontal. Both of this.
And okay, and that should put this back at its place, which is fine.
Yes.
And I think I want the timestamp to have some padding top. So I'll put the padding, and this will be top, single padding. Why is that not on another row? So this should actually, okay, that's fine. Okay.
So now we need to move the app info back to remove one single padding from there, right?
Yeah, I also don't really need the padding top here. So that's another problem. This only needs the padding at the start, not all around it. I'll actually go new line.
Yeah, the text, but then you also need to center it vertically, right?
What do you mean?
Or do you want to keep the text like this to start from the top, or do you want to
I would like to keep it from the top for now.
Okay.
To be entirely honest, maybe this could be changed a bit around, but for now I'll leave it as it is without too much changes. But hey, by the way, are you in Palermo? Can I hear Palermo outside your window?
Yes, you can. You can hear lots of people sounding their horns for some reason. Yes, you can.
It's because fuck you.
Yes, it's also very calm today because we are still in the orange zone, right? So the bars and restaurants are still closed. Otherwise, it would have been a big mess. I think you need to remove the multiplier here and just...
Yeah, I don't need it anymore. And that should align it correctly. Yes, okay. And I think we can actually put like a minor something at the bottom. Well, maybe even a single. I can do single padding divided by 2.
Yeah.
And that should be just enough. Okay.
So you like heavy bottom text views, okay.
What?
You like heavy bottom text use.
It's all right. So I think this is okay for now. In hindsight, I would have probably structured this differently. So I would have like a column that contains the image, and then another column that contains these text things here. But for now, this works.
But
And then
that,
when we get to the proper designs, we'll redo it.
yeah. But it will also depend on how you want to align the text with the icon, right? Like if
Yeah.
you want to keep the icon in the top left, then you would need to have the separate columns. If you wanted to keep it aligned with the text like it is now, then you have to keep it with this.
Well, yeah, but at the same, yeah. That's also true. But I could also create like a column that, or just put a spacer here that is 48 dip width, and just create a column for these two, for example.
yeah. So what do we do now with the app icon, right? Like you,
Yeah.
do you want to add this here somewhere?
Yeah, I want to display it here. So now the fun part is notification dot sender app info. I will rename this to app info because I cannot be arsed every time. Icon dot as image bitmap. I also need to put something else. Yes, it wants something. It wants the content description. That's fine, but I need to create an extract this, and I will call it app icon, because if that's null, there's no point in showing an icon.
Okay.
So if app icon is not null, then show this. And this is, I guess,
Okay.
A.
You can also technically use the let.
Yeah, but I'm not a huge fan of using let for this, so.
Okay. Why?
I mean, for a one-liner is fine, but if this starts growing for any reason, it looks weird, and I'd much rather have like a proper if whatever instead of having a let. I don't know. I find let a bit implicit and also slightly abused in this sense, in the meaning that let should be more of a transformer than an applier. So it's weird to use let for that. I don't know. It's just.
Yeah, for me, usually when I see it, I always think, okay, so like what happens in the opposite case, right? And I think, but in this case, if it does something we don't want to show, like it's the correct use case, but yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Maybe if it's easier to scan when you actually read the code.
So I can actually do r.string.app icon content description. Let's be nice and do this the proper way.
Okay.
Okay. This is okay. And I guess it's complaining that this doesn't exist. Fuck, I never remember. No.
Now, wasn't the percent?
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
Sure, whatever. Okay. So this should theoretically show the app icon. Obviously, it's gonna show it at whatever size. Also, this is a preview that doesn't have an icon, so it's not gonna show anything. But I guess one thing we can do is we can go in the SRC and create a debug source set for resources and put like a whatever there, like a vector asset maybe. Sure, whatever. Anything works really.
Why not? Yeah.
Okay, and this means well, actually I can, yes, I can actually extract this. Preview notification. It's not a composable, no need for that. That's fine. And that's fine. And I can set the icon dot. This is the annoying part where icon is a different thing in this case. Because it's create with resource. And I will create an import alias for that, but r.robl.this, whatever. I'll actually call this whatever. It's a whatever to show.
Yeah.
When you're desperate. What is this complaining about? Oh, it needs a context. Fuck my life. Okay, this needs to be this. Yes.
Can you actually get the context in a composable?
Yeah, you can access it with local context dot current.
Okay.
Which it's like it's kind of telling you that you're leaving the safe harbor of compose and going into unknown, uncharted territories. So let me add import alias graphics icon. Okay, this is not ideal, but
okay.
It's okay. Fabio says we can use painter resource. Yes, we can, but I am not in a composable here when I'm creating the notification, and the notification needs the app info, which takes an icon. It doesn't take a painter, unfortunately. But also it's kind of intended because we don't want to mix painters with the data model, because the painter is clearly UI bound. Okay, so now it should show the icon. It does not show the icon. It does not show the icon. Why doesn't it show the icon? Okay, let me do an else. And I'll just put a random text. Arg. Let me see if it shows arg, at least. Yep.
Yeah, it does show the arg.
Okay.
So the app icon is null, so he's not...
It's not getting the icon. Why is it not getting the icon? Can this return null? No, it cannot return null.
Then... So the icon cannot be null, the context cannot be null, so why is he complaining? Why is it maybe because in the preview you don't actually have a context? But well, you have, well, you know, you pass the
I do, context. I always do,
yeah, okay.
But I'm not sure why it's not showing the actual...
But can you actually run it and we can see if it works on the device?
Yep.
Let's go.
I think it crashed.
Yeah. So I think we found why it doesn't work. Like, you know.
Okay, let's see. Compose content, measure. I think it just needs a size, maybe. Which we haven't set one, so unknown format conversion exception. Wait, what? Huh? Oh, is this the problem?
Or maybe it needs to be %s, right? Wasn't that for the string? Or yeah, or the other way around, I know.
Probably this. I do not know. Hello, ShadowNet88. Welcome.
That's Antonio, yeah.
Hello.
he's my colleague and he's also a friend of Ivan's and mine. So yeah.
Condolences. Sorry, I meant.
Oh, that's a good. Okay, so I think the icon could use some
Yeah.
tweaks, but yeah, we're
Yes.
on the right path.
We're showing something at least, so there's that. This should also work. I don't know why it doesn't, but whatever. Why are we showing name? Does that not have like a proper name? I mean, it is possible that it doesn't, but it says Android setup, so it should fucking get that.
I mean, can you go into and see like what's maybe there's like a
Well, we have
display friendly name or something?
we're showing the right icon at least, so there's that. But
Yeah.
I think we should show this, which sure. I don't know. I don't fucking know. So we have noticed a few potential problems, which I think one is the fact that this should only be allowed to take one line, for example, and that the icon should have a set size that is like maybe 16 dip or something like that. Line, is there a line? No, max lines. There you go, 1. Okay, and also
So
let's
set the ellipse size. They also want to set the ellipse size maybe to the beginning.
The what size? Sorry.
The ellipse size.
Oh, ellipse
on the
size.
text.
Yeah, I will do it. I just wanted to say for now this is 16 dip. Does it?
Is there? Or truncate, or how do we call it? What was the name?
Font family, letter spaces, text acceleration, text.
Oh, there's the overflow.
Overflow.
Ellipses, okay.
Ellipses. Okay.
But it doesn't let you decide where to ellipse, like from the start or from the end.
I think it only does end, which to be honest makes sense.
Okay. Well, in this case, probably not, because the app name is the last one, right? I mean, okay, we got
well, no, but this is showing the package. That's a different problem that we need to fix, I think.
Yeah, that's true. So we need some padding there. And,
yeah, I also want to do like set the text color. No, font color. No, what the fuck? Color. Okay, that wasn't hard. Material theme dot colors dot. No, it's not secondary though, is it? How did we do?
There was a secondary thing.
Yeah, but secondary is like it's a color. It's like theme. Well, I'll show you. It's like a theme color is like purple, I think.
Or yeah, it was like for the actions or something, for some actions.
Yeah. I don't think that's the one we want. Yeah, it's purple.
Yeah, it's purple.
How the hell? Well, whatever. We can leave it like this for now. I don't care. The color is not important. The thing that is important, can you actually do? Oh yeah, you can change. You can actually do it here. So you can do copy and change the color to whatever. That also works. Anyway, we have the icon. We need some space. So spacer and modifier dot size single padding. Okay. We could also have set the padding, but it doesn't really make any difference.
Yeah. Okay.
Obviously something broke. File system exception. Sure.
What?
I don't know. Nothing that ignoring and retrying doesn't fix. Okay.
Okay.
Let's say this is fine now. Like it's decent. It's not great.
Yeah, I mean, we have an issue with the icon, which is basically,
yeah, the wrong one.
which is basically black, right? Let's be honest.
Yeah. But it is a round thing, and I'm just because I don't want I suspect that icon might actually do the tinting. Yes, that was the problem.
I actually wanted to say, like, wasn't it? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's.
And also, you see us also as the padding for some reason. Like, is it? Well, like, is it still our? Like, it seems that there is a bit more padding than it used to be.
I think that the reason is just that there is a very light thing around it. But yeah, I agree that this might be a bit too much. So I will actually increase the spacing a bit because it's a bit claustrophobic right now, and I don't know if it makes sense to just align it to the left. I'm not sure. We'll see. We can play around and see how it looks, and hopefully it's not gonna look horrible, but maybe.
Yeah, but I think now the biggest issue is like why when you get the app name, it gives you the whole, like the qualified name instead of just the real app name.
Yep. So we will fix that now. So notification entry, yes. I want, but I don't want this. I want the extensions, and I want to put a breakpoint here and try and debug this thing. Let's see where we get. Is there a way to hide the frame? I don't want the frame. I don't care about the frame. Extended controls. Oh, okay. Settings, no. Displays, no.
I think it was in like when you kill it, and then I think you can choose the frame.
Yeah, I cannot be bothered.
Like it was in the menu when you create the virtual machine, if I remember correctly.
Thing in the AVD.
Yeah.
This.
I think it was there. Now you can edit, and then you can choose if you want it with or without the frame.
You're probably right. Yeah, but it's not enabled.
Is it the right one?
Probably. I mean, it is API-S.
Because you have two, right?
Yeah, but that's the one we're using up here. So I guess that's the right one. Anyway, I don't care. It's fine. Okay. Let's go into this. So we get the package manager.
So what do you have? Yeah, application info.
We have the packages com.google.android.setup wizard. If we look at application info, so class name, don't give a shit. Maybe I know. Maybe it's like we need to get the resource ID for the name instead of the actual this.
Or
I think this is probably the package of the application class.
Yes, which is good enough, right? Oh well, yeah. Okay, so it's the package is the name of the application class, but it's not the real name of the app.
Yeah. This is this is the package name, and this is the name of the application class inside of this package. I want to get the label res. That's the one, label res. So what I need to do is the same.
You will need to do it the same as with the icon, right? You will get the reference, and then you will get the resources for application.
Yeah, I need to do this. I can actually do application info dot string, and this would be application info dot label res. I think this works. Let's check very quickly.
I found it a bit. I didn't know you can do the get resources for applications simply because I never tried it.
Yes, that works.
Okay. But basically, you can get all the resources from an app, right? Everything that's in the APK, you can get it.
Yes. But you need to know either the ID, which, of course, you can just go through all 4 billion of them if you want. or you need to know the ID or the name of the resource to fetch it, which I guess that's why they added the permission to get access to other applications info. Yay!
Hey.
Wahoo! Oh god.
Time well spent.
Okay. Fine. So this is really bugging me. This space here is really annoying me. But at the same time, there's a lot more information that we should show. It's like there's a title and there's other stuff, there's actions, whatever. So I think we already actually have all of that information, but we are only showing the text. We're not showing the title. So let's also show the title. Title, yes. Right. So
you would need to get it from the notification, right?
Well, I have it, or I already fetch it, but so yeah, let's do a let, like you young people like to do.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome. So we show the title. Actually, this is a bit complicated because we have the row with the icon, but we need a column in here because
you want to put those text one
exactly.
below the other.
Exactly. And instead of doing this, I don't think this makes sense. So just not showing shit. So we're essentially doing the same thing that we're doing up there, but for the text. Like this, and we can run it again.
I also think it's highly unlikely that the notification won't have any text, right? I think it's highly unlikely that the notification won't have text.
Yeah.
It might not have a title, but without text, what would you do?
Yeah. And if we were to be very fancy, which obviously we are, we can go and search like the material specs to see what the text size should be for notifications and shit.
Ooh, yes,
just blatantly copy those. If there is
it's not copying, it's called following the guidelines. I'm sorry.
Sorry, you are absolutely correct. Actually, I have the stuff on Figma here, but I think it doesn't include any actual notifications.
Really?
No, it's cards, chips, dialogues, dividers, images, list. No, fuck that shit. Nope. Let's see if we can find it. I know there's a search thing there, but it's a matter of pride.
Yes. You have to show that you're a really Italian man. Never ask for directions.
Fuck that. Communication. Oh, come on. Scroll. Why are you scrolling that? But I think we need to check components more than... Yeah, let's see components. Navigation, no. Bars, blah, blah, blah. There's no such thing. Well, let's give it a last try. Notification. Android notifications. Anatomy of notification. Style.
So they also show that the small icon and text is aligned to the left, right? So it's not aligned with the text.
That's what I was thinking. It just put some more room.
But also you see that they put a time step up there.
All right, yeah, let's change it that way. It will simplify.
Because that way on the bottom you can have the actions, right? So you don't confuse.
Yeah, and essentially we copy this once, pretty much.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so templates, standard template, but it only shows the time when it's like a conversation, I think, because if you see it for like calendar, it doesn't really. So that's like a non-mandatory.
Yeah, no, it's not mandatory, just like how they do it, right?
Yeah, I think even if I'm not mistaken, there is actually a notification.showWhen thing that might be helpful. Let me see. Show this dot. No, is it into the notification? No. Show display. No. Where the fuck was it? Okay, let me see. Show no. When get post time. No. There's no display, right? Okay, but I can check for notification. That's this. The system notification. Look at that grow. Woo-wee.
Yeah, the usual Android source
Shows
code
time,
where every.
I think. That's it. Shows time. Yeah,
Can you just scroll to the bottom? I want to see how long this is, because this always bothered me. Like each class in Android source has like 10K lines at least.
11,000.
Yeah, there you go.
11,000. That's fair.
I mean, it's just a simple notification, right? It's nothing fancy like the test view that last time I checked had like 17K lines or something.
Yeah. This is show timestamp, not the SQL one. And here we just, wait, what? Oh, yes, sorry. Here we need the show timestamp equals whatever, and this is notification dot no display. No. What the fuck was it? I saw it a second ago. Shows time.
Shows time, but maybe it was the.
Why? No, it's notifications dot shows time. Maybe because this isn't the same.
I have to say, is it the same notification? Because
it is. What the fuck? Is shows time a new thing? What is the? It doesn't say anything, obviously. Return strict integration. Well, I guess we can just do this. Like literally.
Yeah, you can just copy it.
Do the same check. Do the same check. Do the same check. No. Oh, obviously this is actually.
Yeah.
What? Oh, stupid Kotlin.
Right.
That should work, probably. Okay, so.
But we don't do anything with it, right?
Huh?
Or we don't have it in the layout. Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah, by the way, I need to do maybe this. Okay. Let's do some more UI work. So, let's make this, first of all, not do this. We don't need it. And you can refresh. Will it actually show the icon this time? No.
No.
Still doesn't. Still fucking hates me. I don't know why. Whatever. I don't mind.
I mean, preview nobody uses it anyway.
Yeah, whatever. It's fine. I'll just cry silently. So there's that. Well, they have. It looks like there's the full 8 dips here. So I'll just do the same thing. I'll leave an 8 dips gap in here, and then we show the app name, which has the overflow and everything. That's good. We might also need to take. Okay, let's actually, this is an interesting thing. Let's say we want to put the timestamp there. So we go and get the timestamp here. We can get rid of this because we don't need the row anymore. But I'm just going to leave the timestamp there because it's essentially the same thing. That's fine. It does not need to be... does not need to be set in any other different way for now. So let's say we want to add the timestamp here, so we do timestamp and pass it the notification. Now, obviously this is actually if notification dot show timestamp.
Show timestamp, yeah. And you will also need to add some space, right? Or you want to add padding to the timestamp?
Yes, I also need that. But I was also thinking, like, they also have like that dot thing,
Yeah.
which I think is just text. It's not bullet glyph, but it is.
Yeah, there should be one in Unicode, right?
Yeah, but this is I think is a big one, and I want a smaller one.
There was a small one too. I forgot the name for it.
There's a dot glyph, maybe this?
Interpunct?
Interpunct. Daft Punk.
Yay,
Wait.
I never knew the name.
So yeah, what we can do is we can just put text. Well, this doesn't need to be translated, so it's probably fine. And to be fair, this is enough for all we need right now.
Good enough.
The only thing I would do though is that I don't think that we can just do it. Let me do it like this. I would rather have that inside of the timestamp composable, and this would be like a row scope dot timestamp. This is because this way it needs to go inside of a row.
Okay. Also, I want to ask, so why the composition local provider with the local content alpha?
This is so that it's grayed out, essentially. So you see it's gray here instead of black. So
yeah, okay, but I'm just wondering, like, it seems a bit too much stuff there.
What do you mean?
Well, so how would you usually do it? You wouldn't usually just wouldn't you apply just the alpha modifier or something on the text?
Well, Fabio, this is a question for you. This was Fabio's suggestion. I had originally done that, but
okay. I mean, if you have it like now, you can probably modify it on all of the things, right? It wouldn't be just on the text, but it would be on everything that you put in there, presumably.
Yeah, like if I use it this way, then it puts everything.
Yeah, which makes
applies
sense.
to everything, which is probably what we want.
Yeah.
But I might have fucked it up.
What? Why? How?
I don't know, but let's figure it out. So, let's say for now that we inline this, and we can extract it again later if need be. And I want to see if this works. I don't think it will make any difference because we haven't really changed much. Where the fuck was it? Okay, here it is.
But wait, so is the show timestamp actually there in the preview? I think we don't have it, right? Or do we need to set it up in the preview? Maybe that's why we don't see it.
Obviously, that doesn't do what I wanted to do. This
Or
does. I just want to see if it shows. Show me what you got. Okay. I like what you got. Okay, so that actually does work. It was just a thing. I can revert this. I don't need it to be row scope, to be honest. It's okay. Go away. I think we need. We have a timestamp. Why is it?
But it was also the it was taking something from the bundle, right? It's also reading another thing from the notification bundle. The show timestamp in the notification entry when you go and create. Well, in the extensions when you actually create.
Oh, this one. Yeah.
Yeah, it has the extra show when which.
Right. You're right. But we are not creating this. I think we just forgot to put show timestamp here.
Yeah, exactly. We need it for the preview to be explicit.
True. Okay, that should show it. And the problem that we were having here is that this is chunky. It's way too chunky. So it's misaligned and everything. But I am wondering whether we can, so icon and text, maybe we can call this notification content. Okay. And this is notification metadata for now. That might do. So we have a bunch of text and shit and things, and I was wondering whether we can do a composition local provider and provide like it's a text size. Local text style, maybe, because I wanted to avoid setting the text size to every single text thing, but I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, so you don't want to have to apply the same style to all the texts.
Yeah, so essentially I should be able to do this.
Yeah.
By just putting these two lines in here. And then that should do the trick. This also sets the alpha, which I'm okay with. And I don't think I need this anymore. Let's see if that works.
But also would you put it there? Okay. Yay.
Sorry, you were saying?
So would you actually put it in the timestamp, like the caption, like you did with the alpha, or would you have it separate, like it is now?
No, because this also goes for the app title, I guess.
Is it? Did you put it in there?
I
mean,
yeah,
we did. Okay.
It is. So.
No, I forgot. Okay, cool.
I was thinking that this should actually go in here, because if there's no image, there's no point putting an empty space there.
That's true.
It only looks aligned because this has a padding inside, but otherwise.
Yeah, it has an internal padding, which is But wait, won't all of the app icons have padding, right? Because that's how it is by Android guidelines.
Probably, but will you assume that your banking app has proper padding on the icons? Because I wouldn't.
I don't know. I don't know.
I wouldn't assume anything about banking apps, to be honest. But I think this actually looks decent, honestly, for now. But there's another thing, which is the text here might be very long, and might cause the timestamp to go off screen, right?
Yeah.
So how do we fix that?
I don't know. How do we fix that?
We can do modifier dot is there a wait.
Actually, so how does it work now? Like compared to the constraint layout, we can say, okay, well, this, this is the boss. So, and these depend on this. Like, how do you do it here in Compose?
What do you mean the boss?
So basically here, all the layouts are basically like, if there are linear layouts, right? So how would you then say, like, you can do it in the constraint layout where you say, okay, well, this view depends on this other view, and you can also say, okay, well, this should be this should take the maximum size, and then the other should take whatever is left.
Well, that's what I've just done, which is this.
Okay.
But specifically, this is like you can use constraint layout, but I've never used it with Compose. There is like a whole constraint layout thingy. I don't even know if I have it on. No, I don't have it on the class path, so I cannot show you. But I haven't really used it. But there is like constraint layout compose, and constraint layout. You need to have the specific dependency there, and then you can create the constraint layout by defining the things like you would do in the XML, essentially, where you have like top.link to whatever, and you have constraints as modifiers. I haven't really had the need for it yet, because contrary to layouts in cases like in Android views where layouts are heavy and you need to minimize the amount of them you have, in Compose is not really a problem most of the time. So you can just nest a bunch of things and it also works. But obviously there are cases where constraint layout might be more flexible, so you want to use it. But I haven't really used it yet. So.
Well, it's not about the flexibility. It's, well, I mean, yes, it is. It was more about like how do you decide who, like what depends on what, right? Like here you just show the stuff, but now we already see, well, we always want to show the complete timestamp, whereas the name we can ellipsize, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So.
And then,
this is it. Essentially, what we have done is I've set a wait on the text, which is, it works the same way that as wait used to work in linear layouts, but you can also tell it not to fill if you don't want it. So here, if I made something with a very long name, say something like this, I think it should probably fill up the row. No, it doesn't. Damn it!
More.
Let's try now. Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, by setting the weight, you tell it to take up weight, the available weight up to the point where is 1. Obviously, you can have multiple ones. It's the same as linear layouts, really. Works.
Yeah. So basically, those that don't have the weight set, they take whatever they need.
Yes.
And those that do, they take whatever is available.
Yes. Whatever is left is divided up on things that have a weight, depending on the weight you set on them.
Yeah. Mark says we can also use weight modifiers in row and in column.
Yes, that's what I just done. So I will actually undo this one. Okay.
Also, we have somebody who's asking us why do we use Kotlin and not React Native, which do we want to
All yours. All yours.
So yeah, I was I stopped writing blog posts and stuff like in the last 2 years because I didn't have the time. But I was actually thinking like somebody asked me, and I was thinking like, okay, so why am I always opposed to each new multi-platform thing that comes out? And I was thinking, it was like, yeah, that's exactly the reason, because there are so many and there are so many, right? And they don't last long usually. Like, for example, I remember there was Titanium, right? And nobody remembers that one anymore. And then you had, well, you have Sencha, you have Cordova, but they're kind of not that much used except in some specific things. And you have React Native, but again, like not many of them are widely used. That's basically it, because I think on Android the biggest issue is that they are mostly based on JavaScript. So, and on Android you don't have a native JavaScript interpreter, which you do have on iOS. So basically it will always be slower than everything else. And it will take more memory, right? So I think that for me, like, you can always recognize an app that's non-native simply because it's slower. And then obviously you have, if you want to have cross-platform, then obviously the UI, you can make it look like native, but people do this because they usually cannot be bothered or they want to save time, so they don't use native components, so they always look a bit off. So they always look like web apps, they never look like native apps. That's basically the reason. And they're slower. And actually, that's why I didn't share the meal when I joined. The first version was not a native version. And then I wrote the native version, and then we did the benchmarking, and it was crazy difference, right? Like, it was a simple app with 2 screens. Just from the moment you launch it to the moment that the first screen is finished. In the native app, it was like less than 1 second. In the non-native one, it was 4 to 5 seconds on the same device. And then I think when it comes to hiring, because now I have an agency, right? So when would you use JavaScript-based stuff? Well, if you have too many web developers, you don't have enough work for them, right? But if you have native developers and you don't have enough web developers, then you would just do native, right? Like, that's generally the reason. Anyway, that was my quick rant. I'm curious to see like the Kotlin multi-platform, because you remember at the beginning they were always talking like how you can do it on the iOS, but then now they kind of moved over to the multi-platform desktop development, which I think is maybe more interesting because you don't actually have that many good multi-platform desktop development environments. I mean, you have Electron, which is again slow, and then you have Java, which it's been there for 30 years.
Which,
so.
yeah.
But also again, that's again the thing, because whenever you see an app that was done in Electron or in Java, they don't look native, right? Well, I mean, Electron can, but usually doesn't. But Java, it never looked native. It had their own widgets, and it was always, whenever you open it, even if you open it on Linux, it doesn't look right. And then iOS, like, don't even talk about it. Like, no. Anyway, that was a quick rant about multi-platform mobile development. And so in the end, like all those solutions that were there, they would live for like 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 years. And whoever started doing Android native or iOS, it's been 10 years and it's the same. Like, obviously you have, it has been changing, and there was a switch from Java to Kotlin or from Objective-C to Swift, but the APIs haven't changed that much, right? Like that knowledge have stayed. And then, so then you also have all those other things, which means like you have 2 sources of bugs, right? Because you have all the Android bugs plus all the encompassing framework bugs. That's one issue. Then they're always slower because they always have to, since you always use those wrappers around native stuff, you have to wait for them to make those wrappers, or you have to make them yourself. So it's either more effort, oh, it's a waste of time. And in the end, it's like, it doesn't save you that much time. It doesn't save you that much time. It's uglier, and it's over. So yeah. Anyway, I see that you found some Figma designs.
Yeah, I'm not entirely convinced that it's correct, but whatever. It doesn't look precisely correct, but whatever.
So where did you get those Figma designs from? Like the starting file?
I searched it on Figma community.
Okay.
I'm just trying to see how things look when, yeah, okay, so that's, I like so much that I can click things. I love clicking things. So style, no, actually it's font weight, and this is
Yeah, really cool. 500 is okay.
I think, yeah, medium, yes, 500.
Hello, I'm Ivan, and I'm not here to complain about things. Well, this is, I'm complaining about things. Isn't that good enough?
Yeah, but you're not even. He's not here to complain about things. It seems literally correct.
Yes, but does he also do something else, or does he just complain?
No, he's also asking interesting questions that I am fairly bad at explaining the answers to. So, okay, it looks like we have some basic shit done. Obviously,
Well, I think the text is smaller.
But, huh?
But the text is small, right? Just a few more steps is smaller in the end identification than in ours.
Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. I can make it a tad smaller font size. This is what is the default thing? Oh, local text style dot current dot font size -2.
Will it work?
Maybe. What is this? It's a text unit. Ah, fucking hell. And I guess text unit doesn't have operations defined, so minus?
Unary minus, that might be the...
It sounds fairly useless. But
yeah.
I can do
Well,
value minus...
No.
What? Oh, because this one is a text unit.
Okay. So you have to also take the value of that one, or
text unit. I don't know. I'm confused. I was trying to hack things, but it's probably better not done this way. I'll probably do it properly. So
okay.
Let me see. Theming. I think that is probably body 1, and that's probably body 2 that I want to do. So I can set this one to text style. No, that's just style. Material theme dot typography dot body 1, and I'll just do the same for this, but this is body 2. Let's see how this looks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's run it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it looks just as broken as this. It just needs a bit more room. between things, I guess. And also this looks way bigger than we have it. And alignment is different, but that's
Yeah.
Android 12, and I don't believe in Android 12 until I see it in action, so. I should though. No, wait, this is not what I meant to do. You go away. I said go away, thank you.
You have to convince it to go away.
Yeah, I just want this to post some shit, because this should show the now thing. Also,
Why is it not aligned?
Small. It's smaller. Son of a bitch.
What's smaller?
It's smaller than the name. Oh no, wait. Okay, it's different. It's a different view. That's why.
Yeah, it's a different type, yeah.
I see.
But also, why is it not aligned, the title and the text?
I think
They're adding a space
sure,
to the text or something.
But yeah, there might be a space at the beginning because this notification generator might be a bit shit. And by might, I mean it pretty much is. But it works, so that's okay. Okay, well, it actually doesn't look too bad. The only thing I would do is just trim the shit out of this.
I wanted to say, like, do you want to trim it because it really triggers my LCD? Yeah.
Yep,
okay.
It's annoying as fuck.
But wait, the trim does trim the end, or it trims everything? Okay.
There's trim start, trim end, and trim, and trims everything.
Okay, that's good. It's like a Brazilian for your text.
Seriously?
Well, you said you missed Ivan. Come on, this is something he would say, right?
That is true. Can I have even without even jokes? That's not fun. No, it is. It is actually fun. I think. Do we want more space between things, or just that's enough?
I think it actually looks pretty okay. So, but what happens if you have multiple lines of text? Like, I'm curious to see how it's gonna.
Which text? You mean the text? Because we already have multiple lines of text.
Well, all of them, right? Like, well, so. Yeah, okay, yeah, you're right, we do. So we have multiple lines of title. We also have multiple lines of text.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's good enough, I would think. So you wanna commit this and then we're gonna start adding the actions, or what do you wanna do?
Yeah, let's see if we can do the actions. I'm not sure, but
because there's the pending intake there, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
we need to extract that anyway, so
yeah.
Why don't I disable this? This is useless. Shut up. Okay. Let's see if we can do the actions. How do you do the actions? Action? Can we access them?
Well, so...
Oh, yes, we can. Okay. That's cool. I think we should also do the... Well, let's get the pending intent first.
So we will also need to add the delete intent, right? Like those now things, like kind of what they want to do when you dismiss the icon, the notification. Then I think it will be the same procedure basically. Well,
let's call it or interactions. Let's say for now interactions, and this is another data class that contains...
But would you... Yeah. how would you type them now? Like you would need two types, right? So you would need.
What do you mean?
So you have the dismiss action, but then you also have other actions, and you can have like one or two or three. So how would you?
I would actually have actions.
Okay.
And then action item or something like that, and we can create this.
So the main intent would be the one that is run when you click on when you tap on.
Maybe we can call it click intent or interaction intent or something like that.
Yeah.
Or maybe without intent even, just main dismiss, because these aren't really intents. Yeah. And this is, well, what is in an action? An action has stuff.
Well, at the minimum you need the label, you may have an icon, and then you need an intent.
Yes, I was looking at the label. Where the fuck is the label? Semantic action? No. Oh, that's a different thing either. Even icon just sequence. So the
you have a title. Yeah.
Where is the title used? It just puts it there. Title. It has a title. Why cannot I access? Oh, it's public. That's why. Because fuck encapsulation. That's why. Okay. Fair enough. And there's this.
You know, it's funny. They deprecated the icon and say use get icon, but they didn't deprecate the title, and there's no get title, which is like, you know, consistency much.
I think it's because they're doing some weird shit. When you can do this. And that's
but below you have the get extras that just gets you the M extras, right? So.
Yeah. But it's like, I think this is the thing that you know, the system blacklist for internal API usage. If you try to use this, it's gonna break your app or something. I don't know. I really don't know. But let's just do text, which is a string, val icon, which is an icon but is also nullable.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, this is definitely nullable, and this is empty list by default. I need to check if this is actually, it is mandatory for notifications to have one, right?
No, it's not. You can just have notifications without anything happening.
Okay, cool.
As far as I know.
Works for me. Text icon, val, what else was it? Oh, the action. I think for actions they need to be non-null, because it wouldn't make sense to have an action that does nothing, but
yeah.
Let's see, where is it? Action intent.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's nullable.
Yeah. So let's see the builder. Builder. Yeah, it always wants pending intent. Does it always want an icon? Well, you can set it to 0 though, right? That will mean that there is none.
Yeah, you can.
And then.
Well, you have the null. Okay. But you can see everything is nullable in this private builder. Well, okay, yeah, because
it's a builder. I think extras for now we don't care. Remote input we don't care. I mean, I don't think we want to support people texting from inside our thing. So that's okay.
Wasn't remote also used for watch UI, that sort of stuff, or where?
Maybe.
Can't vaguely remember. It was. I used it for something. I forgot for what.
Maybe.
It was also used, you know, I use this for the media player too. Yeah, no mind.
I don't know. Doesn't matter. Anyway, this is enough, I think, for now.
Yeah.
We have interactions, which I think we can also, by default, have empty. That seems fair. Okay. So we can close the theming one. And is this complaining about something? No, because we are good at what we do. He says famous last wordingly.
Yes.
Let's go and show the actions. Wahoo! Do we actually, wait, do we actually need to show the actions? Oh yeah, it's in line. Okay, so just show them there. Fine.
Yeah, they start from the left for the actions.
But it doesn't in the emulator though, so it might have changed. So you see there's the finish setup action is actually aligned with stuff.
Yeah.
So let's say for now that we just put them here.
Well, I mean, it also depends on the phone, right? For example, my Samsung, the calendar action is centered.
Yeah, but Samsung does whatever weird things. We're just gonna go with material,
Yeah.
and I think it's a sensible
But
middle
yeah,
ground.
but also, you know, you can also have it the custom layout, right? Because now I've opened Gmail, and Gmail actually has, really? That's strange. So they actually, I remember previously that they would put two of them aligned to the right or to the left, but now they basically do the wait one, where they split the space between the two actions.
I don't think that the actions are under control of the app. I think it's the OS that decides how to show them, isn't it?
I think you can always use a custom layout to show, like, because for example, you have the media players and everything, those are all custom layouts with the actions.
Yeah, but that's also like it's a system thing, right? It's not really. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
No, I did a custom layout for the media player. So
yeah, you can do a
was
custom one, but you can
possible.
also use the system one, and it will
Yeah.
do the actions. Like the media player actions are weird in that sense. They're kind of a weird situation. Anyway.
Yeah, but it also depends on the firmware, right? Because currently I see on my Samsung, I think everything is center aligned, and there's also separator between them.
Yeah. See, I know I have a Samsung as well, and the notifications UI is horrible. There's like 3 different clear buttons because Samsung.
Yeah, and on my Xiaomi, basically they're all aligned to the left, and there are no separators. So,
I mean, I think the material way is closer to what we were seeing.
Yeah.
Let me see. Yeah, like you can have the whole thing aligned to the left and just the icon here. Or you can have the icon and then just move everything.
Yeah, but it's still aligned to the text.
Yep. I'm just looking here. Yeah, they even put the icons on the other side, so whatever. Yeah, and they align things to the left.
Oh, but here they didn't align to the text, they aligned to the icon. Yeah, okay. So basically, whatever you want to do it.
Yeah, but I will align them here because it actually looks decent, I think.
Okay.
If there's no actions, there's no point in doing anything. Dot interactions dot actions dot for. Okay, and for each we do this where we do we create a button. Actually, I think a button is the right thing to do, and then we do on click is action dot action. Maybe we can rename this to pending intent, which makes more sense. Dot send. That's correct, right?
No, I don't remember.
Yeah, send. That's fine. And this button contains text, which is the action dot text. I will worry about icons later, but for now, let's just say, well, I don't expect anything to show here in the preview because we haven't set anything, but there might be a good time to do it. So interactions, and this is actions. It's a list of, and we just put one action item which has text. Well, it's even and it's complaining,
so Kamafa or Mayuna Joya.
Right.
So what do we do for the pending intent?
It needs a pending intent. We can literally create a random one, I think. For the preview, it's okay. How do you do it? How do you? I don't even get activity. I think. Yeah, you need to get activity and do context, request code 123, intent. I think we just pass the action, whatever. And last thing is flags. I'll just leave it to 0. Oh wait, well, maybe flag immutable. Flag immutable. Yes. Okay. What is it complaining about? Oh yeah, pending intent. Okay, and obviously this needs to go there. Okay, let's try and see if this works. I mean, I would expect it to work, but
Well,
it doesn't seem to.
That's good.
Why is it not?
Oh wait, did you call notification actions from? Oh, okay, you did, yeah.
Yeah, I have.
So.
Oh, also, just in case. Why is this not showing things?
Do you think this is now a layout issue or what?
I don't know. Have I?
It's for action. It's adding a button. Do we have to have like a layout for the button or something like set the size?
Let's see. It should create that, right? There should be at least that text, but it doesn't seem to. So let me do. Well, I'll just do this just to test.
Okay.
Yep. Because there is an action. Well, there isn't an action.
Isn't there?
I think it's the same problem as the icon. It's just like the local context.current thing doesn't work. So anything that depends on it is just like.
Okay.
Which is.
What does it mean? It doesn't work. It's just like.
It might not be defined here at all. So
let's try and make the pending intent nullable, and then we can just pass the null and see how it appears.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that works.
Yeah, so I think now we can maybe style this action a little bit since we're here, but yeah.
You're such a complainer.
Well, you know.
Complainers! Yes.
At least I'm not a boomer. But yeah.
We need to
We need like a flat button, right?
change this. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. Is there like a
Is it
flat
easy to
button?
just then add a text and then... Is there a flat button?
No. Flat button? No.
Maybe just easy to add a text and give it a quick listener.
I can also do that, but it doesn't look good. No, just give me a sec. I think there's a way to do this, which is colors, maybe. Let me see. Button colors dot. No. What is it? Button colors. Oh, it's button defaults. Text button colors.
That went well.
It's fine. You haven't seen anything.
These are not the imports you're looking for.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so I don't know exactly how to use this, so we'll do the only thing that I know how to do, which is to find a way to create. Oh, you can do text button.
That's text button.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I can just do text button, and I don't need to do this horror thing. It seemed weird. There wasn't a way to do that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yay!
Yeah, there you go. Yes.
Nice. Now I can make it interactive and make it crash by clicking it.
Yeah, but it's nice that they finally added it because on Android you don't have it, right? At least not as far as I know.
No. But now it can crash. Yay!
Will it crash? No. I mean, intent is null, so it just won't do anything, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, it doesn't do anything. Spacer, height is single padding, just to make some room between things, because otherwise everything is smashed together and doesn't look good. Okay, and I think, I don't want to be mistaken, but I think that you can actually modify. Is there like a flow thing? Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. I don't know. Anyway, I think rows flow by default, but I'm not entirely sure.
Mark says that it's far less fugly. Yes, thank you.
Yes, it is. So I just want to see if this does flow to a new line automatically or not.
What do you mean? The text of the button? Or
yeah, if it just goes to the next line.
What would I expect it to do? I would expect it to behave as a text.
I think it should. Horizontal scrollable list, I don't care.
But that's actually now a good point. Like, where do you get the labels from for these actions? Like, you would get them directly from the apps.
Yeah. Wait, what do you mean?
Well, so you showed the notifications, right? Those notifications come from somewhere.
Yeah.
So how do you decide what action to put in there?
All the ones that are in the notification, right?
Yeah, presumably, yeah. So...
But what I wanted to do right now was this, and I just want to see, I mean, I know there's a limit on how many you can do, but I want to see what the row does when you have multiple. It does,
okay.
Just not what I expected to do.
So there's no wrapping, it just cuts it off.
Yeah, Let me see.
Also, it's a bit strange because he did resize the last one, right? The kind of, I want to fit this in, but then I don't give a fuck about the other ones.
Yep. Oh, look, they use notifications as an example. Bastards! How do you do a row thing? Oh, well.
Row thing.
Yeah, how do you make the row wrap if need be? Let me think. Compose row flow. Maybe Jetpack compose. State lists flexbox layout behavior.
Flexbox, okay.
Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Flow row. Oh, it's a thing. Is that a thing? Well, I mean, we don't want to do it, probably. But
I mean, ideally, you wouldn't have that many actions, right? But then, since you're not the one making the notifications, then you don't decide, right?
So flow row and flow column were deprecated. What?
What? So what?
There's no
well,
flow.
This is...
Why were they deprecated? This is unacceptable.
No, but you have box, right? And you have box modifier.
But yeah, but box is like a stack of things.
Yeah.
Back. Wait, what is?
So when they deprecate it, like if it exists now.
Do you need to do like a flex child instead?
No, but flex
child is just a random thing I think that he created.
Welcome to Android development. Where whatever you find on the internet is out of date, probably.
Yep. Let's see, because if they have deprecated, they have deleted it at some point, but in favor of what? Flex?
That's a $1 million question. It's obsolete? Oh, okay.
It says it's obsolete, but it doesn't say why. Flex. I mean, if it used to be deprecated, there should be a deprecation that says use row layout instead.
Okay, that's good.
Yes. But how do you...
I think you need to look into the row and see if there is a parameter there that would say, okay, well, just maybe flow in another row or reflow or something.
Maybe I need to create a flex scope, whatever that is. Let's see. Modifier dot flex. No. Is there a flex row? No, it's not a class. It's a symbol. Flex scope. No. It doesn't seem to exist anymore.
Yeah, but they said they requested with row, so I'm not sure actually. Can the row do this?
I don't know. Fabio says...
Because the linear layout cannot do this, right?
Fabio says maybe we can use the accompanist flow layout. That could be... I didn't know there was one in accompanist. But essentially accompanist is the support library for Compose.
Wait, so it's not even out that there's a support library.
It's a utils.
Oh, I'm
There's
sorry.
image loading, insets, system UI, app compat, pager, flow layout.
Flow layouts, yes. So they deprecated it without replacing it.
Yeah, they
That's
probably
good.
just moved it out instead, I guess.
So you have the flow row. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. And is this the one we want? Okay.
Flow layout. Okay.
Yep. Okay, let's do this. I need to get in the mental flow of checking companies when I do stuff. It's like, does it exist? Is there something to do this?
Yeah, also the versioning is separate from Compose.
Yeah, it's a different thing.
So it's a flow something, right? What was it?
It's supposed to be flex row, but
What is flow row or something?
oh, maybe it's flow row. Flow
Yeah,
row,
flow.
yeah, right. You are indeed right, sir. So this should work.
Yes. Yes. Okay, but it's also not filling it out. So can you make it fill like stretch or I don't know.
Let's see what the documentation says. The documentation says
Set
nothing.
of the samples.
Oh no, wait, documentation is here. Okay, flow layout. Thank you.
Refer to the samples, yes.
API. Yes. Flow main axis alignment is
There's the size mode. Maybe
center, start, and space evenly, space between, and space around. That would be. But it's okay for us to have start.
But if you go back, there was also the size. So I think maybe we could see if there is some that would kind of force the size.
Size mode.
The size mode, yeah. Wrap, expand.
Oh yeah, this is to, I guess, just saying. Pick up all the space you can. I don't know. Let's see.
Because we want them to go to another row, but we also want to expand to occupy the space. I don't know.
Wait, what is the main axis size? Oh well, the first thing is the spacing is important. So it's a single padding because we want some space between them.
Sure.
And also we would need it in general for the cross axis as well, but for now, just to explain for those that aren't familiar, the main axis is in the case of a row is the horizontal axis because that's the main axis of a row, whereas the cross one is the other axis, so in this case would be the vertical direction. We were saying size. What did you want to try?
That was the expand.
Expand. Let's see.
Yeah.
I
So
think
it will basically take those
spread
two
them
and
out, probably.
yeah.
Not even that. It just doesn't give
Not
a
even
shit.
that.
Well,
Right.
anyway, that's been very interesting, but I'm going back to this single row, and we'll show whatever fits in there.
Okay. So it will be if it fits it sits.
Yeah.
So if I fit it sits. But that had the issue with the last action, right?
Yes, that's
Because the last
true.
action is a bit ugly.
But one thing I can do is take 3. So I can only take 3 of them. And modifier, I can put the weight to this.
Okay. Yeah.
Which is 1.
F.
And this should actually work. Also, I need to do I should put a space somehow, but whatever. Yeah, they won't have a space for now, but that's okay. This is not what I wanted. That
Well, it
do.
kind of is, right? Because it fits 3 of them in a row.
Can I make a scrollable row?
I have no idea.
No, wait. The documentation for row was saying something. Show me the documentation. Well, close enough. Scrollable row. I'll just make it scrollable and YOLO the way through it. Goodbye, accompanist. It's been a brief pleasure. Scrollable row. It doesn't know what it is. That's okay.
Do you need to import or? It did say scroll roll. Where do you take it from?
Wait, maybe it's a modifier now. Scrollable.
Scrollable.
Horizontal scroll.
Yeah.
Wants a state. Right. Val scroll state. Is it by remember? Yeah.
What? What's the remember?
I'm going to explain in a second. Mutable state off. Not math, but what does it want? Oh yeah, this is scroll state. Blah 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 blah. Remember scroll state. Thank you, Fabio. Okay, good. So,
why does Fabio know all these things?
Is there anything that Fabio does not know?
That's a fair point.
So yeah, I think we can take out the weight and just YOLO the shit out of there. If need be, that will be scrolling. Otherwise, whatever, it's fine. Okay, so state. Fuck you. Not you specifically. Fuck this. In Compose, composables are like, they are in and by themselves. They don't have a state. Like if you see here, we don't have any state in the notification content, for example. All this shit is just passed in something, and it's a pure function, and it does things, and it emits a UI, but it doesn't remember its current state, which is all fine when it's a static layout with only some text. But if you have things that can be interacted with, such as something that can scroll, you need to save somewhere the current scrolling state. Otherwise, the next time the UI is recreated, well, specifically this bit is recomposed, then you lose the current scroll state, for example, or the scrolling speed, or, well, velocity, or whatever. So that's why you have a thing that is called remember. Remember essentially tells Compose, hey, this is a thing that you need to remember across different runs of this composable, and that if it changes, then other stuff might need to be recomposed in turn. That is the TLDR version of this. Is that enough to understand what this does, or is it not?
It's enough. I'm just wondering, why did they expose this? Like, I can understand that you want to expose this when you need to, but why do you have to pass it on as a default, as an obligatory parameter? Like, why do I need to care about this?
Because you are the only one that can know what the relevant state is. Compose cannot imagine it.
Well, that's not true, because I just called remember scroll state. So obviously you're not doing anything. You're just calling another method that does something else. So
this is actually doing, it's just a shorthand for what you would normally have to do, which is a remember savable think of remember savable as a special kind of remember that gets persisted across configuration changes. So it does the save instance state, restore instance state for you.
Yeah, but in the regular Android views, this is what the system does for you, right? You don't have to
Yes.
care about this. You don't have
Yes.
to do like you would need to do in the on save instance data stuff. No, you.
Well, this
they
is the
only
same.
use-
This is the same thing as creating your own. This is, imagine this as your custom view. The system will not save the scroll state. Well, besides the fact that scroll state in Android views is a nightmare, but assume that the
Yeah.
scroll state in that the scrolling in Android was just a number, and you wanted to create a scrolling view. You need to create a field to store that state. Android doesn't know it, doesn't do it for you. It's the same thing here. You
Yes,
have
true,
something
but
that can
here in
scroll,
Compose,
and you need to
every view is a
create
custom
state.
view, right?
Sorry?
Here in Compose, every view is a custom view.
Yes, essentially yes, but also even the things that you use that are there already, if they need to know their current state, they will ask you for a state. They, like the horizontal scroll modifier, for example, requires that you pass it a scroll state, because it says, okay, I can make this scrollable, but you need to tell me where to store the current scroll state. This is
Yeah, but that's
essentially
the
what
thing.
this
Like,
does.
if they manage to hide it in the view in the regular views where you can always override and provide your own implementation, but you don't have to, they could have done the same thing here, right? They
Yes,
could just
the
say, okay, we're
difference.
going to use the default one, and then if you want to override it, please do.
Yes, but there's two main differences. The first one is that in views, views are by default stateful, whereas in Compose, composables are stateless. If you need state in a composable, you either need to pass it explicitly as a parameter or to define it explicitly as a state, because composable functions should never access global state that isn't composable. So essentially, you need to explicitly mark something as a state, and then Compose takes care of everything else for you. The life cycle, updating the UI when the state changes. But the point is that this state, in this case, I've created it here, but this might well be coming in from somewhere else. You don't know. You have no way to know, and you cannot enforce it. This is a function. You can just take shit in. It's not like a view where you have to have the state internally in a field. In Compose, you don't. This could be defined somewhere else and changed by something else. So I would have to pass it in here. And I would have the scroll state defined maybe at the screen level, because there's many things that interact and define that value and need to change that value, for example, like animations or stuff like that. So that's why there isn't a single placement for things, because the idea with Compose is that by making the state explicit, it knows how to handle it. If the state was implicit, like you do in Android views, then there's no way for Compose to know what to change and what has changed and what needs to be recomposed. That is the big limit with the traditional view framework. That's why you need hacks, in a sense, like the recycler view, because the state of the recycling is implicit inside of the view. There's no framework to bring it out and make it explicit. And by making the state explicit, Compose knows how to deal with this changing, knows how to deal with the user changing it, and you just get all the behavior for free by just explicitly marking that stuff as such.
Okay. Now I'm just wondering, like, how many other things that now that you, because it is kind of a boilerplate code if you don't want to manage it yourself, right? Like, you're just happy with the default by the system, right? So you have to connect them. So how many other things are there that you would need to provide once you do this? I'm just curious.
it depends, like what you do. Many things
the
just
famous
work. Many
senior
things just work
developer
by
answer.
themselves.
It depends.
Yeah, that's the standard engineering answer. Really, it depends. But essentially, things that are that require external state, well, that have a state, they will expose it, and you need to provide it to them, because they are like, okay, you tell me something and I will deal with it, but in this but I don't know what the life cycle of the scope is. I don't want to know what the life cycle of the scope is. And the scroll in this case is a good example, because you, well, if stop it, you pass in the scroll state, blah blah blah, and then it uses it, and for itself is like, it's a snapshot of the current value. It doesn't know that it's changing. It just knows this is the current state, deal with it. So draw whatever you need to draw. What needs to get an explicit state? It really much depends on what you're doing, and which composables you're using and how you define your composables. You can have internal state in a composable, like in this case, this isn't a public state of this composable. It's not exposed. And the way you expose state in compose is not by making it public, but it's making it a parameter. And at some point, you need to define it somewhere. Like you can pass it in, pass it in, pass it in, pass it in. But at some point, if you go up the chain, there is a point where you need to define it. That is the same thing as creating a field in a custom view. And this is that case for the scroll state, for example.
Yeah, I was just now wondering, so presumably for each scroll you would need to do this. And also, I suppose, for pager views, right? Because they also have...
I don't know about pagers, but probably. But at the same time, there are things like the lazy list that we have here that don't expose that. Like they manage their own state, so they don't expose it.
Yeah.
So where the... Oh yeah, it's in the notifications list screen. So you see the lazy column here doesn't expose the state. It just does whatever it wants.
Yeah.
That's it.
So I was wondering, but yeah, that's probably best type for it. Like if you want to have like a custom scroll, like, you know, the endless scroll where you say, okay, when you get to the end, notify me so I can reload. How would that work with the lazy column?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'll be honest. I think there's probably something you can do, but I don't know.
Okay.
Well, the thing is,
it also can have the state, right?
Like the thing is, it has a lazy list state. So if you don't pass one, it will generate one by itself. But you can also create your own state and just read what is like the first visible item index and just figure out if it's like at the end or something. I don't know how exactly.
But that's the initial, right? That's not the current. So
yeah
okay.
There must be a way, because there is like...
No, there was a scroll position now when you were in the code. If you scroll down a little bit, I think. No.
Maybe it was inside of the...
Here, maybe. Yeah, scroll position there. Well, it's private. Okay.
Yeah.
But there's the observable index.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But I think with like accompanies there is a paging thing, so there's definitely a way to do that. I just don't know how.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, wait, this is a view pager. If you were asking about paging in terms of like recycle view, I don't know.
No. So both of them, right? Because you have the view pager like for the onboarding intro, that sort of stuff, but also like to have an endless list. How would you do it? But yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll be honest.
Okay.
One thing I wanted to do is I wanted to try this. Haha.
Yes. So we don't have the intent, right? But we have the layout and it scrolls.
I can
presumably.
Scroll. Wahoo! And I can click things. And I can make things unreadable. I think there's a maximum amount of ripples you can have. Ha!
Also, why doesn't it reset?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea. It's probably the second time in my life I use a dynamic thing like this. There's one thing that is kind of bothering me, which is that there is a spacer at the end that isn't really always there. So I guess I could do.
Can you edit as like, can a row have spacing or something? Like, how does it work?
I don't think so. No. No. Isn't there any modifier for like spacing? I don't think so. No. I think it's probably easier to just do like the old-fashioned way, index action, and if index well, I'll just do this. I will do this. I'll create the items. If index is less than items dot size -1, I add the spacer. It's lazy. There's probably a better way to do it, but it fixes the bug. Which makes me happy. Okay. I think this is enough. I'll just delete a couple of these because we don't need more than 4 to demonstrate. Okay, good. So let's run this actually. We haven't run it in a while.
Yeah, it might also work.
There's no actions.
What?
Why is there no actions?
Mm.
Oh wait, I know why there's no actions. We haven't really put them.
Because you're not taking them. Yeah, we're not taking them.
Whoops.
That's a fair point.
Yes.
Oh, but now you have to do all the mapping, right?
Yep, I need to do the mapping, and it is interactions. Okay, well, I'll just create a method. Extracting interactions, and this is this. And this goes down here. Okay, perfect.
So you also put the methods in the order.
Yes.
Okay.
I prefer things to be ordered, so it's easier to, like, if I need to scroll down, it's easier to figure out where I need to scroll to. Like, it's not a big deal in a small file like this, but
yeah, I also put methods in the calling order.
I try to do top down with the entry points at the top and methods after the last usage and whatever. But it's not like your life depends on it.
No.
So.
But it saves time if you're looking for things.
Yeah. But you see, they call it intent. Bastards, it's not an intent, it's a pending intent.
Well, it's an intent.
Yeah.
You just need to know when is it pending and when is it not.
Delete intent, and we have actions is notification.actions.map. Okay. No, it's action item, and we need to create it. It's it.title. Yeah, sure. I could even maybe trim it, but maybe not here. And then it.I get icon.
Yeah, and then.
And oh wait, is this a char sequence? Does it want? It's a char sequence. Okay, I will just change that to a char sequence with a question mark because reason. And then there's a pending intent with which is it dot action intent.
Action intent, yes.
I was checking if there's anything else that might make sense, but I think it's enough for us for now. Okay, let's try now. See how that goes.
Well, you're calling text and trimming, and that doesn't work.
It just wants to be a string. I think there's a way to... Yeah, it's crashing, I know.
There's a way to make it crash, yes.
There's a way to do notification action.
Oh, right, because actions can be now, right? Like,
I
because
think so.
notification doesn't need to have actions.
Yeah, you're right. So
we need to also make them nullable. Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, yeah, until this works. But will it then show the row if it's empty? It won't even show the icons, the actions. Okay, good.
No, I have just put this. If it's empty, fuck off.
Okay.
Because there's no point in putting the spacer anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so these basically should work, right? If you click on them, they should work. No.
It does.
Ooh.
Fancy.
That's nice.
The last thing we can do is to actually set the action on this, like on the notification itself, which I guess we need to do at the card level. So this would be, and this is gonna be fun. Apply if notification dot is clickable, and I will create that.
Okay.
Then I need to do not apply, I need to do let alert. I need to do if it's clickable, then I need to do clickable blah blah blah, else this this at let. This isn't great, but we can extract it later and make it look a bit less like shit. What are you complaining? Don't stop complaining. Let member function that is boolean, that's fine, and it's equals to interactions dot main is not null. Okay, so if it is clickable, then what was it? Is it not clickable? Click. Oh wait, it's it dot clickable, else it.
Also else it, yeah.
Okay. I have too many things open. I cannot see enough text. Okay, this is better. Theoretically, we could pass this in as a parameter and let owners decide what to do with things, but I'm lazy and I'll do it in the... no, wait. What have I done? Wait, why am I in this? No, whatever. Shut up. This is notification dot interactions dot main. I'm evil. It's okay for now. I wouldn't do it in production code probably. This is actually something interesting that we can maybe do, like a modifier dot something action. It's like, well, private fun modifier dot Let's see if it works. Clickable notification on click, and this takes a notification entry and unit. Oh, okay, it works. So I can just do essentially clickable. I don't need this.
Need to return.
Yeah, it needs to return modifier. Okay.
Now it's complaining on clickable.
What is it complaining about? Modifier factory functions must use the receiver modifier instance. This would be good if it gave me any clue. What do you mean? I mean...
They also use suppress, so you know, just saying.
YOLO! Let's try and do it and see if it's clickable. Well, I can do return. If it's clickable, then clickable. Or can I do? Oh no, because it takes a different thing. So I need to do on click notification, else this. Okay, this looks a bit less horrible than it did before. It doesn't really need that because it's a private function, so it's okay. Yeah, this one, it doesn't have that suppress. What is this doing? Composed. What is this? Modifier.composed. Just in time composition. Blah,
Also,
blah.
that's the factory composable modifier thingy in there.
Yeah, I guess I should use composed then. I don't know. I don't know if it makes any difference.
Yeah. Let's see if it works first and then.
Yeah, whatever. Fuck it. Yep. That works.
Cool.
Wahoo!
Yay!
Good. Nice. How does it work when it's I think they can be like auto cancel. Yes. Let's see whether, wait, what was this? You should call this method. Oh yeah, we need to call cancel notification on our service, which we cannot really do. Yay!
Why not?
I mean, we can technically do, but I'm not going to do it.
Okay.
Essentially, when a notification says it's auto cancel and you click it, it should go away. But I don't really know how to do it without fucking everything else up, and thusly I will pretend that I've never read that, and so will you. This one doesn't have an action though. Oh, it doesn't have an action anymore.
Because you opened it once, so I think it removed the action.
What the fuck? Are you stupid?
I noticed like when you opened it and when you got back, it removed the action from the list for some reason. I know why.
Blah blah blah. That's not good.
Yeah.
And this generator obviously doesn't really create actions or anything, but whatever. Well, thank you for creating an empty notification text, asshole. It's not even empty. Where? There's no empty one. Hey, wait a minute. Oh. Oh. Why is there two?
I think this is now this thing with the groups and everything.
This is the group.
Yeah.
Fuck.
And apparently they have different things.
Okay, so we need that, and we need to filter those out, I guess.
Well, you would want to filter them out. You would not want to show them, right? Just differently.
Yeah, filter. That's what I meant. Just like filter them, as in not showing them in the list. Yes. So I guess that we need to have somewhere is group the thing. Okay, it's group is group. That's fine. This needs is group is false by default, but I need to set it is group is equal to notification dot group is group. How the fuck was I forgot already?
So there was the set group and there was set group something, but I'm not sure if. Yeah.
Get group.
So basically, if it has a group, then like if it's not null, then it's a group.
But I think it was like a summary group summary thing, and maybe it was in the notification proper. So group, let's see, is group summary. Okay, you cannot use this in the app, but I don't give a shit. Can I use this? Yes, I can use this. I will just duplicate this copy.
Wait, what's the unsupported app usage? Basically, it's an internal API that you cannot use from outside.
I think so.
So why wouldn't they use just internal or something? How about basically this is Java?
Yep. But I think it's also to do the you know, the thing where you cannot run, you cannot do reflection on those things. If you do, it blows up shit. I don't know, something maybe.
Okay.
Wait.
There's...
Yes. What? No, this is wrong. Oh, because this is Java. Fuck me. Okay. Okay. I never remember what the operation is. So convert it, please. Thank you. Yeah, but I never remember if it's like the bitwise one, and it is, and it's silly. Okay.
Yeah.
Is group is group keys not null, and blah 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 blah. And I guess what we need to do is when we pass the notification list. So in the notification list screen, we need to do here. Filter not. It is group. That should probably work. And if that works, we are done with our work for today. If it doesn't work, we're also done with our work for today. Yes.
Okay.
Yay! Well, I would say it looks decent.
Yeah.
I don't hate it. Oh wait, I hate this though. Fuck.
What's that?
The ripple goes.
Oh, the ripple for the it's a bit
That's where.
That was a secondary color, right? Or
no, the problem with that is that I've set clickable blah 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 here, and I need to set the clickable down here. I think probably.
I will so?
Yeah, because the order of modifiers is important.
Okay.
And I never remember. I think is like the opposite of what my brain would tell me. Yeah, this works. So just put it at the bottom. And fuck it.
Yeah, I mean,
Fuck it,
if
fuck
it works, it
fuck it.
works. I was just thinking now that I've been looking at the notification, like how much fun Ivan is going to have transforming this into domain models, and adding
Yeah,
the
I will
uh,
actually, you know what? I think my evil plan is, and even if you're still watching us, um, you're gonna have to do it yourself. You will be driving. I refuse to deal with this. And
okay.
I don't know. You're probably gonna try and put arrow in. If we need it, okay. If
I
sealed
don't think
classes
it
are
needs to
enough,
this. Yeah.
please don't. I mean,
Mark also mentioned that we should support logical groups in the list, which is yeah,
support what? Sorry.
logical groups.
Oh yeah, eventually we will. When we have the group, like we're not extracting the group key yet, but it would
Yeah.
make sense at some point, like to have like grouping info or something, and then
Yeah. Or group by or
yeah,
yeah.
whatever. Doesn't matter. Just you can put multiple things in the group info because you can have like a group summary or whatever, but it would also make sense.
But you would then need to have two types of notification, right?
Yeah, you need to process them before shoving them in the showing them in the application, but also shoving them in the application.
Yes.
Essentially, I think once we have the database and we go through the database, then it will make more sense, because at that point we can just read everything from the database, have like a repository pattern where we read all the data from the database, we process it in a coroutine, and then we display it with exposing it as a flow essentially, and that way we can start maybe having a proper domain model thing there, because this one right now is very basic. The notification entry thing is very basic, and we will for sure have to create sealed classes and so on and so forth, but not today.
What do we say to the god of death? Not today.
What do we say to Ivan's pulsion to domain model the shit out of everything? Not today. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, you already here you have the ones with the timestamp and without the timestamp, and then now with the ease group, so
Yeah.
you're gonna have a few models at least in there.
Yeah. At least making a difference between a group of notification and a single notification, and then maybe other things as well. But yeah. Cool. I think we have done our part for today. We have done what we needed to do, and I am happy with what we got. I think I will just commit and push, and I don't even remember what we did here, so even better looking things.
It was the action, but yeah. No.
Right. Display
Just put a dot.
actions and hide groups. Group summaries. Okay, commit and push. Good. I have officially pushed things to the GitHub repo, so everyone can go there and look up the code and complain about the code. You can ask questions there if you want, and we'll get back to you. I would like to thank you, Saza, a lot. Thank you, Saza. It's been a pleasure. I hope to have you soon back, but not because Ivan is not here, but also maybe if Ivan is not here, you're also welcome to come back again.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. Also, it was very useful to learn now new things with the compose and everything. Because as I said, like I haven't been doing much Android in the last year, so I've been doing mostly backend. So I kind of, I was sitting on the lines waiting for this to come into at least beta, but obviously it's going to happen in another 5 years or something. So yeah, thanks for, also thanks for the company.
Likewise, and yeah, it is. To be honest, it's the same for me. I don't do Android much for work because I'm working mostly on desktop development and backend development in the past couple of years. So writing articles and doing these sort of things and preparing talks is my excuse to keep in touch with Android. So I understand you perfectly well. It is. It's still fun, so I still like doing it. I mean, except
Yeah, it
when Android
is.
Studio doesn't cooperate, but that's.
It is, but it's also kind of reminds me of the same issues that we always complained about, right? Like Google doesn't know how to do versions because basically they suck at it, and then there are now lots of libraries. There's this proliferation of all these libraries. Like, this is the Compose, this is the companies, this is in the Jetpack, one of the 80 libraries that are there, and then the things that changes so quickly, like whatever, when you go and look at the internet, there is a very big chance that this information is outdated. So you always have to look at the code, which I actually like. I also tell my people, my colleagues, first look at the code because this is kind of the most relevant, right? Like this is the most up-to-date information you can have.
Yeah.
And then if you cannot get it, then go look for the info. And so, yeah, it was fun, but also I have to say, working on the backend where you can do TDD and you can write your tests and you can make sure it works is nice.
That's the
I
thing.
sleep
That's
better.
the thing, though. With Compose, you can actually write tests without having to use like stuff like Espresso, which is good. And I haven't done it yet, but I know it is possible, and I know it's actually fairly easy to do. I don't know if it's as easy to do UI tests as it is in, for example, in Flutter, where it's incredibly easy. But I'm looking forward to doing that as well when we have, let's say, a semi-finalized UI, because it doesn't make sense to create those tests now that then don't work and will break continuously. But once we finalize the screen, maybe, for example, we can start writing some of those tests. And I have no idea how to do it, but I'm sure it won't be too much of a problem to figure out. In terms of the documentation online being out of date, I think that's mostly because Compose in the past, well, since it's been launched until recently, it has changed a lot because they were trying things out and breaking things and reverting things. But now that it's in beta, it's not going to change as much anymore. So there's less risk of that. Obviously, there's going to be deprecations over time and everything, but that's a longer life cycle for things. So it shouldn't be as much of a problem. And I have to say the documentation on the Android developers website is actually okay. It is a bit disoriented that some things that I would consider core, quote unquote, such as some of the things that are in the accompanist library should probably be in their own first class Compose thing. It might just be a matter of different teams, but it is like I would imagine like Compose already has a bunch of different pieces that can be brought in the build whether you need them, if you need them. And I understand that with the companies is the same thing, but I would also expect those things to be maybe in first class citizen Compose dependencies that I can add, and their documentation being with the rest instead of being separated out. But that's just me, I guess. I don't know. Well, you seem to agree with me, Saza, anyway.
Yeah. I mean, this proliferation of libraries, it's kind of hard to keep track what actually exists and what you need to write and what you need to kind of connect, and then it just, especially for newcomers, it's really hard to or in themselves between what already exists, right? Because it's not like, it's very hard to figure out what is there and what you need to put in the app, right?
Yeah.
Um,
But to be fair,
yeah.
some of it is just getting used to it, honestly. Like things that you don't know, is it there, is it not? You can figure it out after a couple of times that you search for it. One thing I have to say, in my experience, it has been easier to pick up Compose than it was back in the day to pick up Android UI, because the things make more sense to me, and in a way I am a bit of a captive of my Android view framework mindset that tells me, oh, there, to do this, you need to get this view, and most of the times you don't need that with Compose, which is very nice, but also at the same time can leave you a bit disoriented because you're used to thinking other terms, and obviously it's a different mindset. So you need to do it until it clicks to the point where you kind of have an intuitive understanding of which kind of thing you're looking for, more than where to look for it.
Yeah, I hope so. I don't know. So we're planning on doing another Android course in the next few months.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna, obviously I'm gonna talk about views because that's what 90% of people are gonna see in the apps. But also I'm gonna, do the Compose crash course, and then we're gonna see what people actually prefer, like what they think, like beginners, right? Because we're doing a course for beginners. So it's gonna be interesting to see what they think about, because Compose has its own, has its good points. I also see some of the pain points already, so yeah, I just want to see how it's gonna go.
Fair enough. Okay, I will not keep you here any longer, neither you nor our viewers. It is dinner time for Italians, and maybe breakfast time or lunchtime. Well, probably lunchtime for US folks. So thanks, Sasa. Thank you, everyone else, for joining us, and we will see you on Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. European Central Time, 5:30 Brexit time, and I think it is like 12:30 East Coast and 9:30 West Coast US, probably. Maybe. I'm terrible with time zones, but keep an eye on our Twitter account and on our Telegram channel for the actual times. Have a good one. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you, bye.